All right, we back. What's up, baby? What's up? Let's see how this goes. I need to wait a little bit for all the boys to pop in. Let's see who pops in first. Everything seems to be working. Does the sound work? Hello? Everything seems to be working. Does the sound work? Yes. Thank God I don't have anything else in the back. Well, this is gonna be interesting. Hello. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty good. We'll see if this board makes me feel worse or better. It could be any. Could be both. Who knows? Well, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Finally MSI? Exactly. I haven't had MSI. Like, especially on the new boards. Because they've not been that great. Let's just say that. Anyway, let's have a look. I need to move you. Of course I need to move you. There it is. There it is. Next to a cup of coffee. Next to a cup of coffee. Let's have a look. I need to lift the camera a little bit so I can give you a better look like this. There we go. Keyboard's gonna get in the way. Of course it will. There she is. Right.
Login.
Let's have a good look, shall we? This is gonna be interesting. Finally, MSI is pretty good with Clev. I see, okay. Hello. Yeah, I'm gonna start off very, very quickly. But here's the box. Tiny, tiny box, of course, for an ITX board. Let's have a look around. Let's have a look at the back. What do we have at the back? We have some information, have a picture of the board, have a little picture of the little adapter card that comes with the board as well. Let's have a closer look. 5-in-1 expander card. And it's all white. Literally every single connector, everything is white on the board. Here's a little information about the board. You have the back I/O as well. You can see that the USBs are actually mounted on a PCB right here, and the buttons are on a PCB as well, and then underneath you have all this, the rest of the stuff. There you go. And of course the front. Well, yeah, it looks nice. The box is really nice. I believe it's actually very similar, if not the same box as the Z890i. So let's have a look at the accessories. Oh, you have a multiple bags. Okay, so this is the antenna. Ooh, you have the little adapter, RGB. Is this RGB? I would assume, yeah? If I'm not mistaken. Does it say what it is? No. It doesn't say. This goes on the board. And then the rest... Yeah. Oh, actually, no. This could be on the PCB, on this little adapter card, potentially. No? No. This potentially goes onto the board, and you can see... I'm not sure what this is. Do I have to open it? Do I have to look at the manual, what it is? I don't know what this is. Actually, I don't know what it is. Oh, you get some stickers apparently. Yeah, you get some stickers. Here you go. You get the little dragon. And two of them actually. Oh, what else? Some manual. Quick installation. Shout out. European Union. What the hell? Is there anything else over here? Can I just pull this out? No, I'd rather not. Oh, there's more. SATA cables. Okay, some SATA cables. Oh, there's more. What the hell? Okay, so this is the 3.0 adapter that goes onto the little daughter board, and this is the front panel connector. Actually, you can extend it. You can extend it off of the board, which is pretty cool. We like extenders, so it's easier to access, obviously. Okay, can I close this? There we go. Now let's have a look. Let's have a look. Need to put all of this back in. Is there there's little screws and a USB. Right, USB with drivers and little screws for M.2. We can put all of this back. There we go. The little daughter board, do I need it for benching? I don't think I actually no, I don't need it. But basically it's a 2x SATA front panel 3.0 type C. Then this is front panel connector. It could be speaker potentially. And then you have on the back side, I don't think there's anything on the back side actually. Oh yeah, there's an M.2 port. Right, there's an M.2 port. Let me see this. Oh my god, I hate this glue. I'm just gonna cut it. I'm just gonna cut this. Wait, where's the knife? Because when this glue sticks on this, it's over. There we go. There we go. The white daughter board. You can see the M.2. There you go. Little tiny thing. Not really needed if you're doing like external bench stuff. But very useful for internal use, obviously, like inside of the case and everything. There we go. There we go. What are these? Did the chat actually comment? Ready for AI? Think it's RGB splitter? I mean, I would assume so as well, but there's a freaking USB right here. This is a USB. So I would assume actually that this is RGB, yeah, but nobody cares about RGB. Not here. We don't care about RGB here. So let's have a look. How do you open this? There we go. We'll put this back in. Oh, how do I put you in? There we go. All right, let's move you to the side. Ow! My knee! I busted my knee open. There we go! The little thing, I have to actually zoom in. Otherwise you can't see. Sadly, this camera doesn't do a great white balance, especially if you have a sticker that shines blue. It's probably not going to do a good job at white balance. Actually, let me see if taking this off potentially fixes white balance. Not really. Not really, actually. But I'm going to put it back on then. If it would fix the white balance, I would keep it off, but I'd rather have protection over the socket then. So, let's have a look. Here is the freaking connector. JAF2, apparently it's called JAF. You have 3 fan connectors. You have a little JCI1. Not exactly sure what CI would be. Then you have a MOS fan. This is for I2C of the controller. You can control I2C, if I'm not mistaken, it should be. Oh, you actually have writing on the heatsink. You see this? MSI Performance Gaming. Okay. How many layers is it? 12 layers. This board is 12 layers. Brand new board, by the way. It literally just came out. So let's have a little bit of a deeper look. There's your little connector for the daughter board. Just one side, the other side is quick release, or like, you know, freaking blocked out. Same for the slots. Oh, actually, it's one of those slots where there's a metal tab on the top. You see this metal right here. I'm actually not too big of a fan of these, but it is what it is. And that's pretty much it for the front. You actually get everything in white, even the CPU cooler bracket. Here's the VRM controller. I'm not sure if that's the main controller, but I think it should be. Here's the BIOS right here. And what do we have here? Here's the front panel connector right below the slots and next to the daughter board right here. You can see why you can see why they bundle an extension cable for this connector, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to actually access it when the RAM is in, the daughter board, and especially when the GPU is in. You're not going to be able to access this thing. So yeah, you can see this. No quick release mechanism. It's just a standard mechanism for the graphics card. That is pretty annoying, to be honest, because like when you have everything populated inside of this, you basically have no space, especially with GPUs that have a large backplate, right? You are having a really tough time to actually access this thing, to release the GPU. So that's a bit of an annoying thing, but I guess that comes with the ITX. When you're building small form factor PCs, like there's no space for any quick release or anything like that. They will have to figure out something. We'll see if they ever figure something out to make it easier. Here's your front panel USB 2.0. Here's some of the addressable RGB. Here's your audio right here. It's on board on the PCB. There's no daughter board for it. Some MSI boards, or MSI, I should say ITX boards, right? Have a separate PCB for the audio, not this one. This one has it on the board. Let's see exactly what it is, if I can actually bring you in. I'm having a rough time to actually. Hold on. ALC4080. Yeah, ALC4080. Here's a little close-up of it. And here's your battery. Here is your battery, CMOS battery. Now, let's have a look at the back panel. No sticker over the back panel like Asus boards. That's a good thing in my opinion. Those stickers are pretty annoying when you deal with multiple PCs per week. You have to keep peeling them off. But here you go. There's two little buttons right here. One of them is actually sticking out, and that's the CMOS clear button. The other one is a flash button. I actually don't really like the fact that the CMOS button is sticking out. I'm actually not sure if I'm going to be able to show you this. It's pretty hard, but you can see like the button sticks out a little bit, right? And when you're moving, let's say this board is in a PC or something, or even let's say that you're trying to plug in the USB, right? Let's say you have a little USB, right? You have a USB like this, and you're trying to plug it in. You can easily, right? You can easily click the CMOS button when you're trying to like plug it in and access the back panel. Especially if you can't see the back panel when you're trying to access it, you can just accidentally press the CMOS button. That's why I don't like the fact that it's sticking out a little bit. Would be cool if it was the same height as the flash button, at least, right? At least something. But it is what it is. They decided to make it stick out, I guess. But yeah. What can you do? So you gotta be careful accessing the back panel so you don't CMOS accidentally. But here you go, 5 USBs and then 3 Type-Cs, which are 40G, 40G DisplayPort, and then apparently a 10G. You have optical, normal in and out for audio, Wi-Fi, probably Wi-Fi 7 if I would have guessed. But it doesn't say actually. It doesn't actually say which one it is. And a HDMI out. We know that the 7000, 9000 series actually have the iGPU, and this is also pretty cool for APUs, especially potentially for the new upcoming APUs. This might actually be very interesting to just test the CPUs with the onboard GPU. Here's the side shot. Here you can see actually the PCB for the USBs. the 8 pin for the CPU. Here's the heatsink. It's in an L shape basically. Not too much surface area, but you can see there is a fan right here. So the fan might actually take care of the heat if you have like a 9950 that you're trying to push like high wattage through. But realistically, I'm not sure if I want to take the heatsink off necessarily. If I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it at the end. For all you more VRM nerds, here you go. That's the capacitors. 470 millifarad or microfarad, sorry, not milli. That's it for the front. Let's have a look at the back. We all enjoy looking at the back. You have a little back plate for the VRM. I'm a large fan of this because it actually straightens out the PCB. It gives it a little bit more support on the back side. I love this. And it also gives it a little bit more cooling. Now, you could argue like that's barely anything. But yeah, it's there. I can't actually show you the thermal pad, but you can see some more capacitors on the backside, which is pretty cool as well. Putting some capacitors on the backside, maximizing the capacitance. Here you go, the backside. You have then N.2 right here with the screw. No quick release here or anything. You just screw it in. Standard backplate, obviously. You have some capacitors right here on a power stage, apparently. I'm not sure what exactly this would be. And I'm not really here to find out yet. I might find out later on. But here you go, I guess the backside of the RAM slots. In the reflection, you can see there's no traces. All the traces are basically inside. You can only see the vias for the RAM slots. But yeah, here you go. Little capacitors right here. I wonder what this actually is. Would be interesting to know. Here's your chipset, I would assume. If I'm not mistaken, that looks like a chipset. As far as I can see, there is no PCI Express switches. Is this a PCI Express switch potentially? I can't really tell if this is a PCI Express switch, I'm not sure. But as far as I can see, no regular PCI Express Gen 5 switches. Let me try to show you the LAN controller right here. Oh, it's hard actually. There it is, Realtek 8126. There you go. Okay, so that's the backside again, right? Ooh, we have high power pins inside of the 24 pin connector, which is pretty cool. Nice to see. Actually, I'm gonna take off the socket and then show you the front and the back side without the socket cover, but let's first have a look at how do you remove this. Oh, there you go. So this is the quick release mechanism for the M.2, the front M.2, which is on a PCB. And funnily enough, that's actually funny. Okay. So here's what happened. You can see that there's no sticker on this thermal pad, right? And that's because the sticker actually stayed on the freaking on the board, the little rubber grommet holding this in place, because when this is shipping, the mechanism isn't actually fully secure, right? When you have this mechanism on the board like this, it actually isn't fully secured. It moves around a little bit. You can see, right? And the only way to securely like freaking put this heatsink on the board for shipping is to actually put a little grommet under it so it makes contact. You can see it makes contact with the rubber, or I should say the thermal pad. And that's what keeps it in place. Otherwise there's a possibility that it might fall off. So yeah, and as a result, oh no, I think they might have, wait, is this intentional or is this a mistake? Because usually you would want this to be on this side, so like the glue. But I guess it could be intentional as well, because you're really not using this when you mount the M.2. You are not using this. It's just there to hold the heatsink on. So I guess this is the situation with this. I guess you could throw this away. So let's throw that away. But yeah, here it is, the little daughter board for the M.2. There is nothing underneath basically, and I can show you this. Let's dig a little bit deeper. Looks intentional? Yeah, it looks like it is intentional, yeah. At the end of the day, even though it's a little bit weird, but let's dig a little bit deeper into the board. So we have a little look what's under here. There's obviously a heatsink for the chipset. I wonder if it's a single chipset. I would assume actually that it's a single chipset, because there's literally no space for another one. And you can see at the back that there's only one. So it's literally a X870, not E, right? Oh, what is this? Ah, okay. So this connector right here is for flashing the BIOS, or at least accessing the EEPROM chip. Here's the backside of the little daughter board. As I said, there's basically nothing in the on the backside. Is there a date, per manufacturing date? 2534. So 2534, week 34, this was created. And yeah, that's the... it's good to see like a beefy heatsink on the chipset. I always like that, because it's literally covered by multiple things. And obviously it's going to be hard to actually dissipate some heat off of this. So it's nice to see. Here's a little connector. Yeah. And here you also see the EEPROM connector. Actually, no, TPM1. It could, potentially it has access to EEPROM as well. But it is, yeah, it shows that it's TPM connector. And that's about it for this, basically. You can see also there's no traces. Oh, actually, there is traces in the front. My bad, actually. My bad. You can barely see them because it's a matte white PCB. But there is traces, definitely. So let's dig a little deeper into this board. Can I have this? Let's do it quickly.
Hello Big Freak Panos there, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good, how are you? I like the PCB color, yeah, it's interesting. Okay, so where's my little screw? Surely you have to hold the clear CMOS? Not really. Some boards actually clear CMOS with just a click. All right, let's pull this off. Let's have a little better look at the PCB around the socket. Obviously plastic protection. There we go. So now we have the whole PCB basically around the socket area. We can see it. There's freaking, dude, they put some trace splitters, I guess, on the PCB. That's interesting. Classic MSI. This takes me back to freaking Z170, 270 stuff. I'm not sure if you're actually able to see. But actually this is a... Which slot is... Aha. I believe this is Foxconn, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure. I can't remember which slot is the one that has solid pins, but this is the one that has the solid pins, and I'm a massive fan of the solid pins and the socket itself as well. You can see that there's no holes basically around the edges. That's your first indicator. Where the other one that has holes is actually, I can show you this. If I can pull the Apex out quickly. The Apex, for example, has the other one where you can clearly see, if I can actually zoom you in, you can clearly see these little holes, right? These little holes, and the pins are hollow. They are hollow pins. This is on the Apex. That's one notable difference between one and the other. For example, the X870 Tachyon actually has this socket with the solid pins. That's pretty cool. Foxconn solid pins, yes. I'm not sure if it is Foxconn or Lotus. I forget this information. But yeah, it is the solid pins. If it is Foxconn, then perfect. I got it right. Well, here it is around the socket area. It's very clean actually. Loads of space, nothing really in the way. Right? Very cool looking. And then we can also carefully look at the back. Let's have a look. Here's your PCI Express traces. You can see them. The capacitors on the back, MLCCs. There's some MLCCs here and some resistors over here. But we can still see that the traces are nowhere to be seen in the back. You can only see the vias for the traces. And that is it. Pretty cool. Very clean PCB. Unlike a lot of the MSI boards in the past.
My parts. This is my first time building a custom PC.
Okay.
I've only used laptops before. Could you please let me know what mistakes I should avoid while building my PC? Thank you.
Maybe a little bit later. Now we're doing an overview. Okay. Let me take a couple pics of this actually. And the back side. Let's have a look. Nice. There we go. It is actually pretty light without all of the stuff on it. Funnily enough. Where are you? Here
I
we
have
go.
a little problem. I bought i9-14900 OKF and...
Okay, sorry. Sorry.
I need to have it on 3200 megahertz. Like what to do, any ideas?
I can't. Anyway, I'm gonna turn TTS off, actually. If I can even. I'm not sure if I even can. No, I don't think I can. Unless I... Can I mute it? No, apparently not. Whatever. Okay. Now, I actually need the back plate again. Camera doing wild stuff. And we're just gonna mount the CPU in. But is the VRM, can't you mute the source in Windows? I guess I could, yeah, actually. It is what it is. If there's one more, then I will. We could actually just mount the CPU. So we're gonna mount a pretty good X3D. $99.50 X3D with a pretty good IMC. Mediocre cores compared to the other ones that I've tested, but not bad. Not bad at least. Right. Let's put this in. The cracked one? Yes, the crack. Oh, where is the contact frame? Do I have one? No, I have to actually open one. Do I have a red one? Dude. Is this the red one? Oh, it is. Oh, here it is. Here it is. I found it. I found one. I found one. Here it is. The red one. Holy. Alright, let me see if this actually gets to the backplate. Actually no. I will just screw it in like this. Now it comes to the backplate. There it is. There we go. There we go. Okay. It makes perfect clearance around the socket and the low capacitors, and then also the resistors on the bottom. Here we go. Another one. Another one. Another one. Oops. Oh my, did I? No, 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 no. There we go. Nice. Well, now I need to mount this back on. There we go. This plate, actually I can put it in here. There we go. There we go. All right, so this heatsink I can put it back here because we're not gonna need it for the bench. I can just put the low SSD on. This is my M5 piece, SSD. There we go. Okay, well, let's have a look at the bench then. All right. We'll see what kind of BIOS this thing ships with. That's gonna be interesting, and if we can do some cool stuff with it. There we go. Very solid, actually. The PCB is insanely solid. I can say that. It's pretty cool. Always hold the ITX board when you're plugging in the 8-pin, because if it's on the side like this, you can easily flip the board. So that's one thing. Oh, I didn't actually show you the postcode LEDs. They're actually right here. Actually, this connector is also postcode LEDs, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, you could use it as a postcode LED indicator, or not LED, but the Q code, you know. So that's interesting. Let's plug in some RAM. Of course, G.Skill, right? Silver. It fits pretty well with this board. Oh, actually, first we do the heatsink, right? First we do the heatsink. Here it is. We're gonna be using the 420 because it's the easiest heatsink to put on, and it's good enough, right? We're gonna be using a cryo sheet. Here it is, the little cryo sheet. I could actually zoom you in a little bit. Actually, I'm gonna need the mounting mechanism for the heatsink, right? Mounting mechanism for the heatsink. Do I have one? Yes. Here it is. Right, mounting mechanism for the heatsink. Let's see actually if it fits. This is the bottom. Let's see if the offset mount actually fits. Yes, I think barely. It barely fits, man. Wow. Wow, the fit. Holy. Now that is crazy, actually. I'm gonna show you this. I'm gonna show you this, how crazy it is. It's barely making it. Because I barely plugged in anything. So there it is. Come on. Yeah. Is there anything that would fall? No. Okay, good. So here it is. That's the offset mount for the LF2. And you can see like it barely clears the heatsink of the chipset. And then it also barely clears the heatsink of the VRM. You can see it's not sitting on the VRM, by the way. It's literally hovering right over the heatsink of the VRM. Like, it's literally, oh, it's holy moly. And here's the other. Here it is. No, that is a crazy fit. That is actually a crazy fit. Holy. Okay, good to see. We have the offset mount for the Arctic. Fits well. However, I think the LF3 might actually not fit. I'm not sure. It will definitely not fit with the heatsink, but it might actually just not fit at all because the whole thing moves down. So LF3 probably not compatible with this, if I would guess. But the LF2, yes, the LF2, the legend, the legendary AIO. There it is. Here it is. Let's tighten with the hand. Okay. The cryo sheet. Let's put it on. There it is. Okay, cooler. Cooler mount. Make sure that the cable is out of the way. Oh, please fit. Please, 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 please. Thank God. Okay. Yeah, it's a perfect fit. I'm gonna need actually a screwdriver for this. Otherwise I can't get it in. There it is. This one doesn't really need that, but I'll still do it. Like that. And like this. And as you would expect, the top one also just barely clears the heatsink. Yeah, just barely. Crazy mount. There it is. Didn't bend the board, perfect. It's perfectly flat. Oh, CPU fan. This one, if I'm not mistaken, sys. Yeah. Also, what the hell is this? It's J2. Oh, interesting. That might actually be the connector for, yeah, for the I2C control, potentially. There's another like little pins right here. Okay, let's have a look. Now I can put the RAM in. There we go. There we go. Okay, there we go. Now we actually need to do the power on button. That is very necessary, the power on button. Because we're not going to be able to access it actually after we fit the GPU. There it is. And there's no power button anywhere, so we need this. And now the GPU mount. Get ready. The GPU mount. Oh, where is it? Oh, here it is, and here it is. So this is gonna be my little ghetto support for the GPU, so it doesn't bend the PCB. Here it is, the Hall of Fame. Hopefully it's not on the XOC BIOS. We'll see when we get in. We'll see. There it is. Ah, there it is. And here's the support. Is it bending the PCB? No. PCB is pretty flat. Yeah, PCB is flat. Now that just shows how strong the PCB actually is. It's wild how strong this PCB is. Very, very strong. Without a backplate, it actually stays completely flat. We're gonna plug in both connectors because we're gonna be potentially doing heavy 3D loads, right? 3D testing. We'll see how far we go with the testing. But yeah, you would assume that you want to do like 3D testing, of course, right? Can I potentially maybe fix this a little bit more? No. Unless I do it like this. Like that. Yeah. It's incredible that this actually stays flat. Wow. Okay, so first power on. Let's see what happens. Hopefully no explosions. Three times the size of the mobile? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. There we go. Okay, let me take a pic of this actually. Can I do a better pic like this? some pics. Big boom? No, 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 no. We're not gonna see a big boom. No big booms. Here we go. I'm of course gonna need the USB. And then we have a thorough look at the BIOS. I haven't had a peek at the BIOS yet. Oh, you also have the little BIOS flashback USB right there. So, let's see it. This is properly in. Yes. There it is. Oh, I could actually give you a camera of the postcode LEDs. Let me try to set this up. And I'm also gonna use the postcode LED camera, so I don't have to lean over to the opposite side all the time. Do I have a picture? Let's see if we get a picture out of this. No picture yet, and no LED, by the way. Ah, there it is. We have a picture. Let me check. Here it is. That's our capture card. I saw a picture for a split second and then it disappeared. These LEDs are blinding, the RAM LEDs. Absolute blinding. So hopefully I'm gonna actually be able to get the camera to capture the LEDs. Oh, it's already booting. Okay, classic MSI. It doesn't even prompt you to, oh, new CPU detected. Oh, new RAM detected. Oh, first boot. No, it just goes straight in. I don't actually like that. ASUS is, it tells you that, oh, new CPU is in and you should enter the BIOS, so you should press F1 and so on first boot and everything. This just literally just goes in. Okay. We'll see how the second camera actually works out. So I can actually lower this now. That's the PC. As you can see, actually a reflection in the monitor. You can see the GPU. Okay. We're gonna spend some time to actually set up the postcode LED camera, because it's useful, very useful. There it is. And yes, we're in. All right, how's this camera doing? Pretty good. Okay, let's see second camera, cam 2. Where are you at? Cam 2, here you go. Deactivate, activate. Come on, there you go. Okay, we're gonna have to find out. You can't actually see. Oh, it should be this. Aha. So it's a tiny, tiny square. We're gonna have to find out where. Where are the little LEDs? Oops. Configure video. Where are they? Where are they? Ooh. Okay. I could just reset this, to be honest. Aha, it's flipped around. I remember this actually. It's flipped around. So flip around. Where are you at? Transform. 180. There we go. And now we have to actually find out where the LEDs are. How do I need to restart for this to happen? To have a rough idea where the LEDs are. Ah, they're right there. I see them. I see them. Wow, it takes a while for it to restart. And no LEDs after, by the way. No LED, nothing. And there it goes. Is that white and green? Let me see. So we can see where the LEDs are. Make them large. That's a bit large. That's a bit large. And oop. We need the settings, of course. Configure video. 50 Hertz, okay. Zoom, focus. I think that's about as sharp as it gets. Like that. Potentially. Like that. It just barely matters at that point. Okay, apply. There it is. Let's see. Aha, okay, I can definitely move the bottom one up. I can move this. Move this as well. Maybe the top one as well. Oh no, shit. It is actually not that fast in terms of restart. There are definitely boards that can do restart quite a bit faster actually. I'm surprised because I'm used to MSI being like that on the restart. I don't like that there's literally no LED after the orange one or red one. I think I can move the top down as well a little bit more. All right, let's have a look, thorough look at the BIOS, because I actually have no idea what the new BIOS is all about. I've got no clue. There it is. Okay. Let's have a thorough look. Which BIOS is this first? How do we find out? Aha, okay, right here. A20. That's actually, I believe that's not even the, no, I think the first one is 1 already on the website. Let me see. Support. BIOS. And yeah, the first one is actually A10, then is 11 and 2. Oh wow, this is the new one. Literally the new one. Yeah. It's what? That's crazy actually. I almost can't believe it. Wow. So this board is literally brand new. They literally just shipped it. It doesn't really say what microcode or anything, like what the older ones are, which microcode they are. No information, just like this is the BIOS, this is the revision. Okay, what do we have here? So we have the CPU boost. I want to believe that this is actually, yeah, this is PBO. I'm not sure if it's also included for eCLK. I have no idea. I guess we could find out. Enable for optimized performance of MPU. Aha, okay, so this is the AI thing. Integrated memory expo. What do you have? Expo. Aha. Okay, so it changes a little bit. What happens if I do this? Nothing. It's just okay. Easy config. Favorite. Aha, we have some easy config. Precision boost overdrive. What do we have? Aha, some modes, presets, enhanced mode. Boost. I wonder what boost stands for. Potentially eCLK. Advanced. That does nothing. It doesn't show any more options. Memory try it. You can do memory try it in the first page. That is interesting. I wonder what the star stands for right next to it. It could be gear 1, gear 2. I would doubt it though. So sync, unsync. I do not know what the star stands for though. I would assume that it is synced versus unsynced. And then without the star, it is unsynced. You have 8,000. Wow, okay. Guys, relax. So I have 8,688. I wonder if this even works, by the way. And they don't even say which sticks this is for. Is it for H16A? Is it for H24M? God knows. But I guess we could try it. Dude, there's gonna be so much testing. Graphics card detection, ignore. MSI driver utility, no. We're gonna disable that in advanced mode. X3D gaming mode, this is for disabling the CCD and disabling the simultaneous multi-threading. Default homepage, ooh! Ooh, default homepage, let's go, okay. That's in the first menu, which is crazy. Okay, you have all of the devices down here. Yeah, the freaking text is covering it. Here it is, boot priority. You have all the devices down here. If you want to boot a specific device on the fly, looks like, yeah, I have all the RAM in the back. All the RAM is in the back. Then you obviously you can see the, oh my God. I don't want to hide the chat, man. I don't want to hide the chat. But here you have like the CPU, the frequency, the voltage, the temperature. Then you have the RAM spec. Or actually not just the spec, but just the speed. Then you have the M.2, which is right behind the chat. Then you have some, here you have some fan RPMs. Here you go. Then you have the date underneath. Not exactly the right date. You would need to sync it. But here you have more stuff on the top. So you have exit, you have snapshot, search, which is pretty good. I enjoy search a lot. Help, general help, favorites, core center, hardware monitor is F5, so that's for fan speeds and stuff. Optimize defaults F6, advanced easy mode switch is F7, load profile, you can't see because it's behind the chat, but load profile and save profile is F9 and F8, which is pretty cool. And then save and reset, save and exit basically, and then snapshot is F12. Then you have the BIOS log, no change. Aha, okay, so this just shows you what changed. Favorites, profile, aha, okay, so here you have access to the profiles. That's pretty cool. Performance preset, PBO, aha, okay, auto, what is it, warning, damage caused by, nobody cares. Hardware monitor. Here we have the fan speeds and all the settings for the curve, which is pretty cool. Oh, you also have a lot of voltage sensors on the bottom right. You have core, NB, SoC. Then you have VDDIO, which is basically VDD2. Nothing else is important. Nothing else is important there. Okay, so this is the main page of the BIOS. So let's switch to the other one. I'm gonna load optimize defaults like this. The top stays the same. And here you go. Right. I already disliked the BIOS, but it is what it is. I already got used to it with the Z890 board. It also carries the same BIOS UI layout. It is what it is. I guess we're gonna have to deal with it. So here you have advanced settings for the CPU. I guess I could make my camera a little bit smaller so you can see a little bit more. Oh, here you have all the, even like here you have the voltages and frequency and everything. MSI, come on. Yeah, I know, right? It is what it is, though. So you have here, you have on the top, you have which BIOS it is and everything, which board, the BIOS build date even. But yeah, here you go. PCIe subsystem, rebar support, M.2 gen, and then you have the PCI Express slot gen. You have the gen switch on the chipset as well. You have gen 4 PCIe lane configuration. So you have verification. You can switch the PCI Express slots into different lanes. Useful for server and stuff like that. Power LED, blinking, CPU temperature alert. Okay. Integrated peripherals. Graphics card detection, ignore. Okay. LAN, network stack, Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. SATA, okay. HD audio, that's it. Integrated graphics configuration, PEG. We want to disable the iGPU, of course, but what do you have? Okay. Game mode, by the way, game mode allows you to increase the buffer size for the iGPU memory. It will take it away from the DDR5, obviously. So the bigger the size, the less you have for your Windows and everything. The DRAM, basically. Hybrid graphic. It doesn't say what it is. I have no idea what hybrid graphics is. It could be like their laptop kind of thing, where the integrated actually can use the graphics card, and you can connect it through the HDMI and stuff. Probably. And their power management as well. That's what it sounds like, if I would have guessed. Power management setup. So here you can actually, if you enable this, it will completely power off the board. All of the USBs are going to be off when you power off the board and everything. And potentially even LEDs are going to be shut off. Okay, UEFI CSM. So this is for legacy. We're going to keep it in UEFI, of course. Click. BIOS configuration, default homepage. We're going to have it on overclocking, actually. Show. This is the same as Z890. MSI driver utility disable. And then you have AMD overclocking. Here we go. Here we go. Please, MSI, have all the settings inside of this. Otherwise, I'm going to absolutely lose it. Okay, so let's have a look. We have the CPU frequency. And we can disable this. And you have discard and apply. That's good. I like to see that. We're going to test this, by the way, saving the profiles to see if when you load the profile, if it loads the settings that you saved here. So for example, the CCD disable stuff, right? So if I disable the CCD here, I save the profile, then I reset the BIOS, enable all of the cores, of course, and then load the profile, and I want to see if the settings actually applied in the BIOS save. It should, and I'm gonna be disappointed if it doesn't, but we're gonna test that out. I don't know actually, so we'll see. This is standard, it's all on all of the boards. There's no way. Yeah. Okay. Classic. That's classic. Nothing special. It's classic as well. Let's see how the nitro mode looks. That's completely classic. That's classic as well. Precision boost. Let's see how this looks. That's all classic. Let me see if this does 200. Yes, like all of the boards. Okay. Curve optimizer. That's all classic as well. Nothing special there. Okay, we're gonna auto this. VDDG. Do you have the voltage display? You have voltage display for both CCDs, CCD and IOD. You can see how much it is. It's 900 millivolts. VDDP is grayed out apparently. Okay, we have the SoC Encore enable. Okay, we have the OC mode enabled. Okay, I'm gonna have a look at that. That's interesting. SoC Encore OC mode enabled by default. Okay, we're gonna keep those frequencies static then. SoC voltage grayed out as well, but this is probably a hex value if I'm not mistaken. Aha. LN2 mode. Oh, does this need LN2 mode enabled? Stepping is 5 millivolt. Never mind. It's in millivolt range. Yeah, SoC in millivolt. If LN2 mode and CPU 10 below, the allowable range of suitable voltage will be extended. Ah, okay, so it extends. So you're telling me I need minus 40 degrees. Wait. I need minus 40 degrees in LN2 so I can use more than 1.3 volts SoC? Okay, I guess that's a lock. That's all classic. Nothing else. Literally nothing else. Okay. So that's under AMD overclocking in advanced. Now we move on to overclocking. OC Explore mode, expert. Okay, ratio applied. This is basically copy paste from the CPU overclocking. Gaming mode, again, this disables the CCD and SMT. AMD overclocking, precision boost overdrive. Ooh, again. Wait. Ooh, okay. Not bad. That's pretty good, actually. That looks good. Yeah. Ooh, okay. That's not bad. I like that. I like that a lot. Okay, LN2 mode. Oh, wow. Okay. That's classic. CBS. Core watchdog. Ah, here we go. So there's the CBS settings. Core watchdog, you can disable it here. Performance C states. Power supply idle. I'm actually gonna set this to typical. CPPC. Okay. Thermal control. Proc hot. Voltage control. Okay. And mixed in config. Okay. GFX. That's for the integrated. Config TDP. Ooh, you can quickly select your TDP profile for the CPU. Okay. AVX, AVX2, AVX. Ooh, that's pretty useful right here, the stack. Spread spectrum. That's it for the CPU advanced settings. Not as much as the usual CBS menu, obviously. They skipped out quite a bit, actually. Especially the memory setting. Oh my god, man. Why don't they just put a normal CBS menu in here? Where's the BCLK? Hi, there it is. I'm not sure where you can actually switch to eCLK. I'm not hopefully it's automatic. SKU in action. Yeah. Maybe they should just unlock it, you know? How about that? Optimized performance mode. Okay, so optimized performance mode is actually a thing that they usually integrate in the AMD overclocking menu for DDR. That's where this is basically. Expo. You can enable Expo. FCLK frequency, divider mode. Performance mode, predictive. Oh, this is for gear 2 stuff, 8000 plus. Okay, it's interesting to have it here. So it's in two places. It's here and it's in the overclocking menu. Latency killer. Okay, that's interesting. I'm not sure what this does. Could be nitro. Could potentially reduce CPU performance. Interesting. High efficiency mode. Oh, this is just a quick timing stuff, right? Quick set all the timings and everything. Okay. Memory context restore. Okay. We have all the classic timings. No training options. Interesting. Load setting. This is for adjusting your, yeah, your expo. All the timings. Let's see the sequence of them. Oh, just classic. Oh, it ends on TREFI. Okay. RTP, FFEW, WTRL, SCL, RDRD, WRWR. Power down enable. Gear down. Oh, this is classic actually. This is how they used to do it all the time basically, since DDR3 even. And DDR4 mainly. So this is all the same basically. Data scrambler and TSME. It's here. Okay. It's not in the CBS menu, obviously. And it's not in the, yeah, it's not in the overclocking menu, obviously. That's annoying actually. It should be in CBS. Like CBS should be unlocked, in my opinion. Should use the standard layout. But MSI needs to be special, I guess. Chips at the end of okay. Ooh. Swap mode, you have APU. Okay, so this gives a little bit performance on the 2CCB CPU. DFE retraining. Okay. Now that I think about it, there's no DFE even. Wait, you can't actually set taps? Oh my god. Please don't tell me you can't set taps. You can't even set groups, by the way. That's so dumb. MSI, man. MSI, just unlock the CBS menu for goodness sake. Just make it a normal advanced option. Like, go to advanced, you have CBS normal layout. Like, is it that hard, man? Please. You have PHY stuff. Yeah, that's the PMU settings. And that's it. Okay, we can't set taps. That's hilarious, by the way. Okay, load line calibration. 8 levels, of course. Mode 1 being the flat one, and 8 being the first one. I think auto actually is literally lower than 8. That's how usually MSI does it, but you don't really need to touch load line calibration unless you're doing all-core overclocking. Hopefully I'm loud enough. Over current protection, over voltage protection, enhanced, interesting. Switching frequency, we have 1000. Okay, you don't have to do it, just keep it at 500. You have, okay, this would probably be beneficial if you do 1. And switching frequency, again, it doesn't really matter. AMD overclocking. So if I was overvolting or setting a voltage, I would use it through AMD overclocking. VDDG, per, okay. VDDP. Is this in millivolts? Yes, it is in millivolts, okay. High DRAM voltage, so it's an easy unlock for the DRAM. Let's see how far it goes. Perfect. We don't have a limit on the DRAM. Unlike a gigabyte. Okay. Memory change attack enable. We have some CPU memory specs. Okay. Do we have anything else? No. That's basically it. High dia. Security. Let's have a look. This is all classic. Trusted computing. Secure boot. That's all classic. Boot, what do we have here? Numlock state, we don't need that. Beep. I didn't see any speakers on the board, but I would assume that's actually for the speaker. Where would you plug in the speaker though? I don't remember seeing a speaker or connector at least. So interesting. Okay, post beep, maybe. Hold on. Enable allowing beep during system post. Interesting. You have the boot options right here, and then the hard drive options on the bottom. That's all classic. So now we're gonna save a base. Did I set everything? I think I did, if I'm not mistaken. So let's save the profile, and the way to save it is you go to 1. Sadly, it's only 6 profiles. I'm disappointed by the amount of profiles that you can actually do. Ideally, it would be like kind of 8 or something like that. 8 is kind of like a sweet number for profiles if you're using like different configs and everything, especially on this CPU, by the way. So we're gonna save it as base. Okay. Yes. So based on the settings for the core configuration in the main menu, the main overclocking menu, I believe that actually saving the profile with the disabled cores is working, right? Because you're not setting it in the overclocking menu, you're setting it in the main menu, right? Still thinks when you change the VDD, I don't know. I didn't actually see. I didn't check. We can check. So no worries. That's an extremely easy check, right? So let's check some of the the behaviors of this board. It syncs. Okay, that's pretty bad. We'll see. We'll see, Dia. I need to change the resolution of this, and I also need to check if this GPU is potentially in XOC, because we don't want that. If it is in XOC, then I'm gonna have to quickly switch it back. But here is your resolution. And yeah, there's a little square on the side. That's on that side. That's for the post LEDs. Hopefully they're gonna be useful. And let's check if this GPU is potential. Hold on. Hold on. I don't actually know. I don't think it... No. Okay. It's not 600 watts. Okay, good. I don't want to explode this GPU. But yeah, 600 watts, 5090. I could flash the matrix bias on this. That will make it interesting, but it is what it is. So, just a normal overview. Let's see the behavior, right? The behavior of this motherboard. Let's have a look at the CPU-Z real quick. Let's have a look at the CPU-Z. Mainboard. Aha, 203F. It's the worst one. It's the worst one. Does the website actually have... Hold on. Does the website have the BIOS? Let me see. Where is the website? Hold on. AGESA docs. MSI, where are you at? MSI, where are you at? X. Oh, they don't even have it yet. No way. They don't even have the X870i. Oh no. You serious? They don't. Oh, there it is. Aha, they're all 203F. They're all of them. Oh no. Oh no, all of them are. Oh no, no, no. Oh no, we can't use anything else. That's the worst one, bro. Ah. It is what it is. I wish it was 1203A. That would be great. I would enjoy that quite a lot. But here we actually see the CPU not dropping voltage and constantly staying at a kind of like an idle state, you know, not fully going down. Let me see the power. Actually, it's not pulling that much power at all. But it's never dropping voltage into like the 700 millivolts range or something like that. So that's probably the SoC on-core OC mode doing that. And I also, oh, right. I also switched the typical power, which I usually do for these kind of CPUs. What's the issue with the 203F? What's the issue? A lot of issues. But yeah, that's for another day. Topic for another day. I just don't like it. The last good one for the 9000 series across the board, all of them, is currently 1203A. That's the last one. And then C and D, they are kind of the same, but they introduced security patches, which I'm not a fan of, obviously. All right, so let's have a look. Let's have a look at this little thing. We have VRM temperature right here. I can actually touch the backside of the VRM as well. Oh, it is getting hot. Okay, it is definitely 70 degrees already, and that's stock power, by the way. Let's see effective frequency. Just classic effective frequency. Actually, that's pretty good. Not bad. That's the peak voltage. This is fully power limited by default. So that's good. It power limits by default, like it should. 67 degrees. Here, this one actually showed 70. This one. 70 degrees, 57. That's all good. Okay, perfect. Not bad. Let's see the efficiency of TM5. It's a lighter workload, so the CPU for now freely boosts into boosting frequencies. It basically boosts almost all the way. All good. All good. Do we have any more sensors? How many are hidden? 1. We don't really have anything else. We just have this menu right here. So what do we have? 12 volt, MOS, SoC VDD IO. That's interesting. No secondary V-core apparently. That's it. That's basically it. Okay. I would have loved to have like an on-die sensor right here. This is almost the latest version, I believe, of hardware info. They might introduce it potentially, because this is a brand new board. So yeah, let's go back. Let's see the rest of the behavior, right? Let's see the rest of the behavior. We're gonna try with Expo, of course. That's a classic. We can test how long it takes for this thing to post Expo. So let's pull out the stopwatch. Time, yeah, there it is, stopwatch. And I have actually the boot times of the X670i Gene, X870i Apex, Tachyon, OCF, all of them basically. And they're roughly around the 1 minute and 1 minute 30 mark. So yeah, let's just enable the Expo. We'll see what happens. Expo, which this is a perfect kit for this. I don't think I need to set anything else, right? Okay. Let's have a look. So you can see the orange LED. Is it orange? Yes, it is an orange LED. Let's see how long it takes for us to get a picture. That's when I actually stop the timer. I don't stop the timer when the LEDs go out or we boot Windows. I take it when we see the picture of the BIOS. Holy, wait. It takes a bit for this thing to come back. Also, one thing there it is. 44 seconds. Wow. One thing I actually noticed is the back plate doesn't have any air vents for the little fan of the VRM. Now, that's not a... a flaw or anything like that. It's like the vents would barely make any difference. But that's just what I noticed. So the air has to escape from the bottom and the top of the heatsink, right? It has to go sideways. 44 seconds. I kind of need to write this down, and I actually forgot where I actually had those. I would assume that it's in the X670 gene folder. That's where I have all of the notes. Aha. Oh, I have it for every single board individually in their own respective folder. Okay, so how do I... X870i Edge. I'm just gonna keep it at Edge. I don't need a longer name. Text. Oh, I should have left the text open actually for... Okay, let's open this. I'm sorry, I'm taking a little bit to write this down. I could also test the post time of the clef kit, which would be interesting. Okay. There we go. So, XGDRI, we're back. What's up? I actually don't know the VID of this CPU. I'm just gonna leave it for now. Oh, I don't have it at 100%. Cryo sheet. X870i Edge. BIOS. What's the BIOS name? It's literally A20, right? Just literally A20. A20. And it's F. Yeah, A20F. We have JDEC. I didn't actually... Oh, I could have actually done all of the measurements for this CPU. Now, most of my actual like testing has been done on a 9800 X3, not on the 99, but I'm doing 99 now because of the core switching. I want to see if it works, the algorithm works, how it responds, and obviously like on this board it's gonna be a lot of power, so I want to test the VRM as well. But post time 44 seconds compared to 1 minute and 26 seconds on the Gene, which is quite a reduction in time. So yeah, that's perfect. Interesting. Not bad. Well, let's see the behavior. So we're looking at VDD.io, if it syncs it. VDDQ... That is a wrong readout. Yes. Zen timings, please. That is a wrong readout. GDM, of course, I literally just wanted to load the Expo. Like, I'm not trying to change any other settings. So, 1.2 volts, 1.94, that's classic. It syncs it up by default. 4860. Oh, that's interesting. DRAM DQDS at 48. Honestly, I feel like those readings are also wrong. Dude, honestly, I feel like this reading is wrong, but we'll see. I guess I could use Ryzen Master. I don't have it, obviously. I don't think that this is the correct one, actually, because that's SDK. Yeah, fuck. I think I should download it, because Ryzen Master also has the... Yeah, it's not here. Ryzen Master also shows you the resistances, and they should be pretty correct, right? They should be pretty correct. Or at least it's probably the most correct. Right, let's have a look if I change the VDD voltage, if it actually changes the VDD IO. That's going to be interesting. Let's have a look. Next would be actually trying the OC mode from MSI, right? Because we need to see if that actually applies a BCLK of some sort. I doubt it. On this CPU would be crazy. Unless you do an underclock first and then BCLK on top of it, then that works, yes. But you have Expo. Now I'm actually thinking about this as well. High efficiency mode. High efficiency mode, what changes? We're gonna save a little screenshot and we're gonna see what kind of changes that does. Also, here we go, right? So we have high voltage mode and we want to do like a, ooh, yeah, it literally syncs it. Never mind, we don't have to go into Windows to actually see. It literally syncs it. That's a bit annoying. Because if you're trying to do like this, of course, that's not gonna be good. So, yeah, you want to, if you're doing manual voltage on the RAM, you want to manually then set VDD-IO. That's annoying because every single time you actually change it, I would assume that it actually changes the voltage. Yeah, of course it does. So that's, in my opinion, my first annoyance with this board. So you have to set basically both, right? For example, you have 5 here and 1.4 here, which is a pretty good sweet spot for like Gear 2 stuff. When you change the first one, you basically have to change the rest again. So that is annoying. That is really annoying that it syncs it up. I know why they do it, because for plebs, right? For plebs who are just using like Expo stuff, that's an algorithm which is beneficial, but you run into this, right? You run into this where you want to manually do stuff, and that's crazy. Anyway, so we don't have to do that. If you set to auto, it changes back. That's crazy. Interesting. Also, I see DRAM VPP voltage at 1.85. That is unusual. Usually it's 1.8. It's interesting to see it at 1.85. Here you have, where's the overlay of the, I wonder what the VDDP voltages are. VDDG, sorry. Aha, okay. VDDGs changed from 900 millivolts to 950. So now we're sitting at low 900. Previously we were sitting at 850. So when you apply Expo, VDDGs actually change. That's interesting. Notably, for example, Asus uses 1.05 volts for this when you apply something. Or even, I believe it's stock, literally. So that's one thing. We could actually now check. Okay, there's another thing. When you exit the BIOS, does the system restart or does it go straight into Windows? Let's see. It goes straight into Windows. Okay, so classic MSI. Gigabyte, for example, it restarts. I can't remember what the OCF does. I haven't tested it in a while, so I can't remember. I can't actually remember. Okay. Let's have a look at the timings, right? We're gonna do a little screenshot, right? We're gonna do it like this, right? Pane. Ooh, actually, I'm gonna adjust the size of this like this. I can hear the GPU squealing when I do that. The VRM. I'm not sure if you can probably hear it actually. Save as MSI. No, not TIFF, PNG. MSI X870i Edge Expo. There it is. So we have the, where did I save it? Didn't I? Aha, there it is. Okay, so we have a reference to what the high efficiency timings do. Let's have a look. Also, we can check if latency killer changes the nitro. That's gonna be interesting. We'll see. I didn't actually check the nitro. Wait. Now I'm thinking, does that? I forgot. I didn't actually look because I wasn't really paying attention. I hope that Zen Timings actually has the nitro display on the bottom. If it doesn't, then we're screwed. Anyway, there's one more annoyance, by the way. When you enter the BIOS, you enter it like this in advanced mode, and we selected in advanced here to where is it? This, right? Default home page, right? You enter the BIOS, but so this is overclocking is selected, but the thing that is highlighted is system status. So yes, the main page here on this side is overclocking. The problem is I still have to go down and to the side with whatever tab, or to the side with the keys, or even with the mouse to actually access the main menu, which is like, who programmed this? It should be on the main menu anyway. Like, why is system status highlighted? It makes no sense. It's like, it's literally the same thing as if you're selecting system status or overclocking. It doesn't matter. Like, oh my god, it's so annoying. You can still fly through the BIOS by using left and right, by the way. You can see like it jumps menus pretty quickly. So that's pretty cool. They kept it from the old BIOS, but the old BIOS was more intuitive. And you had more information on one screen and everything. Everything was more compact and it was just better in my opinion. Like, this is a full downgrade in my opinion. But, that's the optimized mode. Latency killer. Now we're gonna set high efficiency mode. Oh, you have a... Oh, they have this. Relax, brother, relax. Okay, we're gonna do a relax. We're gonna do a relax. Ooh, it even shows exactly what changes. Okay, never mind, we don't have to go... MSI, please. I wish I could contact their BIOS team and actually like... Oh my god. I need to tell them this. Like, please don't do that. Please don't do that. L and S is... Oh my god, guys. How old is this? How old is this preset? This preset looks like it's from 2023, bro. Oh my god, guys, change this. Please, 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 please change this. It's unacceptable, to be honest. Okay, let's see what balance does. Same thing, but there's FAW28. This is so old. These settings are so old. 28 and 5. Okay. What else do we have? Tighter. Oh, now you have TRFC as well. 650. Interesting. I can understand that, by the way. I can understand because AMD uses TRFC 1 as TRFC, right? And usually with, for example, with these sticks, right, you would be able to do like 384 for example, right? Here's just flat 650, right? Which is fine for these sticks. What about tightest? We have 500 and everything else is the same. MSI, these settings are from 2023. I know. Like, guys, you can update them. It's easy. Please, please. Jesus. Okay, we're not using high efficiency mode. Thank God it actually like showed exactly what it changes. Pretty good, pretty intuitive. High efficiency mode, auto. Anyway, that's basically it. Now we can do latency killer. Oh my God, please don't tell me latency killer is the CPU core mode, you know, core preset or whatever, core performance mode. Oh my God, it is. I feel like it's legacy, dude. It's legacy, bro. That's so stupid. Okay, never mind. We know what it is now. We know what it is. It's not Nitro. No way. Okay. Legacy settings, I guess. Legacy as in old settings, you know. Now, we don't have groups. Why? It should be in here, man. Like there should be a CBS option right here, by the way. The CBS. I need someone, please unlock this BIOS. I swear to God, guys. Please, someone, send me an unlocked BIOS right now. Right now, dude. There needs to be a CBS option right here. Fully, everything stock the way that AMD ships it. Not the way that MSI configures it. That's ridiculous, man. Oh, that's annoying. We don't have to test that, but this is just. Holy. Okay. I'm still gonna test this, by the way. We're still gonna test if saving this and then resetting and then loading the profile actually disables the CCD. P current control, I don't have to do anything else. Also, we didn't actually check how big the voltage limit is on the SoC. I believe it's, hopefully it's not 1.25. Okay, thank God. At least it's not 2.5. It's 3. Good. Okay, we have our limit. What about override mode? Is it 3 as well? Ooh. Oh no, it's just differently displayed. There's a 0 next to it. Where here there's no 0 next to it. Okay. 1.2 by default, but that might be a little bit too low for some CPUs. I've had CPUs where 1.2 was too low for 6000 synced. But in this board, I would assume that actually probably not. So that's it. Let's disable one CCD. Let's go back in. Flash save us. Yeah, you need it right now. It would be cool to actually see if it works, you know. I'm not sure how to flash it though, because I think MSI might actually not want to flash it, not allow to flash it. And it, yeah, I could do a flashback potentially. Maybe flashback allows it. If not, I could try through another way, which I know that if it works, it will flash it. But I'm not sure if it supports it. Flashback? Okay. Yeah, no taps as well. Don't remind me there's no taps, man. Like, MSI, just give stock CBS option. Is that hard? Right now, unfortunately. Dude, I need someone to hard carry this. Yeah. Because I'm not unlocking it here. Hold on. I just remembered something. I'm looking at some RAM actually. I'm looking at DDR3 RAM, 12 gigabytes, 3 times 4, 6,000, 1,600, sorry, 1,600, 787, 1.5 volts. I'm looking at that. OCZ, bro. I'm actually looking at that. So let me, before I forget, let me put a bid on this. But I had to ask if it's a 1 module or if it's a 3 module. He says it's for all 3. Let me translate again. It's just so I don't... No problem. The price is for all 3 modules. Okay, perfect. I like that. Beaten. Wait, I need to check if my address is correct. Because I'm switching sometimes to UK. Sometimes I switch to... Hold on. I need to log in. It's gonna be quick. Why switch to UK? It's my sister. Because sometimes there's cool stuff in UK and I don't want to deal with shipping and I don't want to deal with Brexit, but I can use my sister to ship stuff. So that's why. UK is annoying right now, so I'd rather have her take the stuff. Perfect, I have a bid on it. Nice. Cute. Okay, let's see if we win. It ends in 40 minutes, by the way. In 40 minutes, the RAM is gone. Let's see. Let's see if it disabled the core. It did. Okay. Let's test it in R15 Extreme, just so I have a little bit of a reference. I usually test it in Extreme. So where is my little reference to? JDEC ambient. No, this is not JDEC. C26 Expo ambient temperature. What is it? 24.1. 24.1 is the ambient temperature. All right, let's have a look. I need hardware info, of course, right? And can you all see this? Yes. And we're going to be looking at effective frequency right here of all the cores. So 516. The rest I don't really need to look because actually 191 roughly 191 53 52 151 150 150 150, and we have the max voltage, which was 191 roughly hovering, and then we have the power 138.985. Oh, I should say this is in X3D CCD. X3D CCD, we're gonna have a look at the points, but I need to write out everything. What was the max temperature? CPU 79.4. 79. We have a lower temperature than the other, actually, lower temp. But that's potentially because of the two CCDs. Basically, the second CCD is using some power, potentially, because it's on the CPU. The rest, let's see the score. So 948, lower score than my Godbin 9800 XTRD, but that's a hard CPU to beat. I don't think a 9950 will beat it, especially this one. It's not that great. But yeah, it's better for testing on this board, of course, right? You don't want, you won't care about those little tiny differences. I actually want the high power if the board can handle it and everything. So yeah, I believe that's it. I don't really want to do all of the testing, the BCLK stuff. I just want to move to DRAM actually. So now let's test if let's see if the profile, the saved profile, actually applies the CCD configuration as well. So save, I'm gonna save that real quick. What voltage are suitable for Ryzen? As low as possible, obviously. I prefer it to be under 1.225 in all scenarios. Load, idle, light load, all scenarios. So that's what I personally prefer. You don't have to follow that advice, but that's my personal. So 1.225. Oh, 6000 Expo X3D. Perfect. Okay. We can also now test if the CMOS and how the CMOS works. So let's try CMOS. I'm gonna try, wait. There's one more test. So people said that when you're in Windows, CMOS actually does nothing. Some boards are like this, some boards are not like this. Some boards actually just straight up immediately switch off. I would assume that this actually does not switch off when you press the CMOS button, but we'll see. So let's test this, right? We're gonna test every single thing, every single little bit of the board, right? So you get a good idea of the overall experience, you know? And then obviously the overclocking and everything. Okay, well, let's find out if the CMOS actually shuts off the system. I'm pressing it now. Who said that it doesn't switch off? I swear to God, people are assuming too many things. You guys are assuming too many things. You need to test this. So, my point was, the CMOS button sticks out of the backside I/O. It sticks out a little bit. So it's easy to press. So when you're trying to access the back panel with USBs and stuff, when you're trying to reach over the system and trying to plug it in, you can easily click the CMOS button, which will instantly shut off your system. Not only shut off your system, it will also reset your BIOS. So you have to go back into the BIOS, set everything up. If you don't have saved profiles, for example, stuff like that. And potentially your data will be lost. So if you have something open in Paint or Notepad or something is uploading, maybe you're streaming and you're like, dude, I need to plug this USB. So you're trying to reach out, your stream is going to go offline. Your saved VOD is going to go offline. It's like, so you need to test this. This is annoying. It should not shut off when you press the CMOS button when the system is on, right? Obviously, that's what you want. But now let's see if pressing the CMOS button, basically I pressed it, just pressed. I didn't hold it or anything like that. So I just pressed it. And let's see if that potentially reset the BIOS. I feel like it did because I saw the two LEDs at the beginning and I feel like that's the sequence it does when the BIOS is reset. Let's have a look. I think it is actually. There's the memory training. Okay, so this goes perfectly into testing the X3D CCD if this profile actually sets it correctly. So we're gonna just let the board go into Windows and let's see what kind of stuff is reset. We can easily see, obviously, with Zen timings. Or unless it, actually, it literally gives you this, okay. Press F2 to load defaults. Yeah, we're just gonna load defaults and go straight into Windows. Let's see. By the way, also plus 200 will change your CO slightly. And by the way, often it changes into the positive. So like positive as in you have minus 21. With plus 200, you might have actually like plus or minus 24, for example, right? That's because it's trying to push more voltage. More voltage means more heat. More heat means more downclocking. And it allows it to push the CO a little bit harder. Now, that doesn't mean that you will not run into stability issues, but if you have CO made on 5225, you might actually have more room when you're doing plus 200. There you go. Anyway, let's have a look. Yeah, it completely reset. Now, let's see if it reset the cores. It did. Okay, so it reset the cores. So a click of the CMOS button shuts off your system and CMOSes your BIOS immediately. Now, that means that the button is designed to do what it's supposed to, that's a plus. But I've explained what the minus is. And I think the minus is actually much more important. That it doesn't shut off your system, right? It is what it is. I need to do it. I'm gonna send this video to MSI. Wait, VDDIO. I saw separate. Separate? VDDIO separate? You can sync them up like that? Did I misread? I'll have a look. Oh, my GPU is flashing. Ooh, I have one more thing I need to try. Core disable when all of the settings are... Okay. So core disable when I configure all of the options. That's also one thing, very important thing, because a lot of the boards can't do that. So literally when you have everything configured and you try to disable a CCD, you will be stuck on a postcode, for example. The newer BIOSes fix this, but they have another issue. And the issue is you can't save this in the profiles. So like if you save a profile with an X3D CCD, the next time you load it after a CMOS, it does not load the X3D CCD. That's a problem of the Apex, for example, on the newer BIOSes. But on the old BIOS, you can't set the core configuration if you have like everything configured, like freaking CO and DRAM settings and everything. It will not post, basically. Okay, so let's see if this disabled the core. Perfect. Good job, MSI. You figured that one out. And everything else is the same. Okay. I'm still pissed about this. But it is what it is. That's good. Now, I kind of want to CMOS it again. No, I will do a base profile. Oh, let's do a base profile and let's see if it enables the CCD again. That's going to be interesting as well, by the way. If it enables the CCD again. That's another test. Let's load the base profile. I'm trying to figure out every single little thing about this board so I know what to expect when I'm testing it. And that also applies to all of the other MSI boards. Unless it's an older BIOS. For now, it's this, which is a much, much newer BIOS. Or I would personally prefer the 1203A. And considering that this BIOS is actually substantially different in terms of behavior versus the other one, the behavior might not be the same, especially the new one, 1207 or 1208, for example. Those are completely different story. They need to make a button in Windows. No, they need to a button. No, a setting. So a setting that controls what CMOS does. But the problem is the setting. You can't set it to I mean you could potentially, but how do you name it? It's like disable if system is on, for example, like disable button if the system is on, and then if the system is off, then the button is enabled. Like that would probably fix it, and I feel like that could also be done in firmware. So in the BIOS, obviously, right? Okay, so let's see if that enabled my core. Perfect. Core configuration works in normal conditions. That's good. Let's see if core configuration works with a full setup. Let's say we're trying to do like a bit of PBO and some memory settings and so on, and all of the manual freaking SoC and everything. I'll do my usual setup for the BIOS, for the memory, and for the CPU. So we're gonna see. I'm just checking some stuff. Okay. Prepare for MSI setup, lol. Okay. I don't need anything here. Literally nothing here. I would do this disable, but I'm just gonna keep it enabled for now. Also, I need to test if this is eCLK or PCIe. We're gonna see. Performance profile, we don't need that. We can just do expo. DRAM speed. FCLK frequency. So we're gonna all do like all of this manual. And then I need to see what the hell? That's pretty cool, to be honest. That is actually pretty cool. Never mind, over 2000, it's not the same. Oof. Oh, if that was over 2000, that would be hilariously good. Because, for example, if you were doing like 6200, you could do like 2050, for example, or maybe, you know, whatever. Oh, that would be interesting. So sync. We don't need this. Latency killer file. Okay, so let's do all manual. Oh, this would be interesting. I'll leave DFE for now. Oh, this pisses me off so much. What? Wait. We don't have to touch that. We have to touch this though. .1. Okay. This is so annoying. Actually, I had to do it again to see if it does the same thing. Holy. Okay. Yeah. So, do I have to do anything in advance? I don't think there's anything basically, because this is kind of. Oh yeah, we have to, of course. Oh, nitro is enabled. Oh, I didn't check if the nitro is different. We're gonna see. We're gonna see. There we go. That's it. We don't have to change this because it's enabled already. Okay. Save. Bunk. Yeah. See. Ooh. Tune. I could have tested how long it takes to actually post this. Oh, do I have seconds here? It started around 33. 15:07:33. Same thing. Same thing. It's actually, yeah, exactly the same thing. It's 40 seconds. It's even faster. It's 40 seconds. I guess I could have missed a couple of seconds at the beginning. So yeah, it's the same thing. Even with the full setup, everything, same training time. That's interesting. Why is the BIOS pink? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, well, let's have a look. Do we have a... Oh, we don't have... Oh, this is the older one. No, this is the older one. I didn't actually see the nitro settings, which is kind of important. We can see that the PHY actually syncs, which is pretty good. Gonna do a little experiment. Big load experiment. Let's see. Oh yeah, oh my god. Okay. It downvolts the CPU quite a bit. Oh my god, that is fast. Holy. That was a quick one. Not bad. That was a very quick one. Okay. 2 gigabytes test size. Okay, so let's see if core configuration can be done with all of these settings. Like I said, most of the boards can't do that. You need to do it at stock settings, complete stock, then it works. Unless you're on a brand new BIOS, but then you have other issues. That one also is not perfect. So let's see if MSI figured it out. That would be crazy. That would be probably the best thing about the board. So far, that would be the best thing. So let's try to disable one core. All right, core disable. All right, let's see. Memory training. I like that we can have like a little camera on the postcode LEDs. So you get a feeling as well, right? You get a feeling of the behavior and post algorithm. Okay, MSI figured it out. You don't have to reset anything. You don't have to freaking go into an overclocking menu to disable the cores, punching in 00000 to disable it. And then you can disable it with the full setup as well. And it saves in the profile. So that's, so far, that's the best thing about this board. We'll see about the memory overclocking, however. We'll see about that. Let's see if this is any stable. See if this is any stable. So, yes. Fully done, basically. Fully done. Perfect, everything stays the same. Also, I'm not sure if these, considering that VDDIO is incorrect, I have an idea why VDDIO might be incorrect. Oh my god. Okay. Wait. Yeah, I have an idea why VDDIO might be incorrect. Because it's a different value now. And I changed VDDIO to 1.35. So, let's give it a little test, you know, a little test. I will limit this GPU to 70 watts because I don't want 600 watts in my room for testing. Let's do a little test. Oh my god, right, I forgot this is a 9950X3D, right? It boosts quite a bit more. Let's have a look. Here's the cores. I could actually move this up here so you can see. You can see the core. Oh my god, the picture is so sharp, man. That's good. I like this capture card, man. Holy. So what do you need to... Just CBS? Yeah, basically just CBS. CBS should have all the groups. It should have the taps. All the memory settings, of course. Is it called UMC settings? I believe. UMC, right? New capture card? No. Same thing. Same USB capture card. I'll try. I don't know if it will work. Hopefully it doesn't break the board. Hopefully it doesn't break it. Let me see full screen and... Oh, I need to... Wait. Is this in 1080p? No, it's not. I need to do... So source. How's the... Oh yeah, that's pretty good. I should start streaming in 1440p, to be honest. That would be cool. And also that would mean the YouTube videos would also be 1440p. That was pretty cool, yeah. Not bad. Yeah. Wait, did I win? Not yet. 20 minutes until the end of the RAM auction, dude. I'm curious because this is DDR3 and it's 1600 787 with 1.5 volts. And it's 4 gigabyte module, so it's perfect. Dude. Raid. OP. Thanks for the raid. 6 guys, welcome. We're messing around with the brand new board, X870i Edge. Literally just came out. And we're finding out how it works, you know? Here's the low setup. I don't think you need any kind of like other settings down here. So I can actually put this here. You can see everything basically. All the voltages. How fast is the cycle gonna finish actually? That's what I'm curious about. Is it gonna be like 3 minutes, 320, 340? What is it gonna be? Oh, there's a background load, right? There's a GPU, right? Running in the back. So it's gonna be a little bit longer. Right, it's gonna be a little bit longer. Man, this GPU, bruh. 5090, Hall of Fame. 60 degrees under load. But I did limit it though, I don't want this thing to spit out 600 watts. Hold on. Dude, believe it or not, this thing has 2 power connectors, right? And both of them are plugged in. 2 power connectors, 12 pin, right? And they still get warm. on the PSU, right? I usually don't. Yeah, I don't really take how's it called, references from the GPU side connector, because most of the hot air that's blowing over it heats up the power cable, so you can't really tell if it's blistering hot or from the air or whatever. You can tell when it's actually getting like really really hot on the GPU side, but it's interesting to actually touch it on the power supply side, where there's basically like there's no airflow over it or whatever, right? And it's far away from the GPU, so you would assume, okay, so this shouldn't be really hot or whatever, but it does get hot. And right here, it's not hot, it's warm, right? You can feel that there's power going through it, but it's just crazy that two 12-pin connectors with a power limited 5090 still get warm on the power supply side. That's crazy. Yeah, no problem, dude. Okay, so we're having a good time with this little profile now. Let's actually go back to all of the cores. That's gonna push twice the bandwidth, you could say, right? Memory bandwidth. Not really, it's not gonna push twice, but it's gonna push quite a bit more than just one CCD. And we want that, obviously. We want to push as much bandwidth through it as possible, so it makes it harder to stabilize the memory, right? The more data you push, the harder it is. I should really put a fan on there. Anyway, let's load the profile. So we have it here loaded, and I'm putting a fan over the RAM. Oh, if I put a fan over the RAM, then you won't be able to see. Oh, that actually shuts down the board. Oh, that's interesting. That's pretty cool though. That loading a profile like that actually shuts off the board. I'm not sure. Oh no. I can't really put a fan over the RAM unless I do it like this. There we go. There we go. So you can still see the postcode. Otherwise, you can't see the post LEDs, I should say. The post LEDs. All right. Oh, that's good, man. Okay, so. Ah, hell no. Oh, there's MOS fan is also spinning. I thought that I was feeling some airflow under the VRM. It's interesting. Oh right, this has slow adjustment of the RAM. That's annoying. Oh, of the RAM, of the fan. Of the fan. Oh, actually, you could. No, never mind. I thought you could actually just set the. No, you can't. How fast is it spinning? I'm just gonna put it to like something like this. Okay. Let's prepare for 6600. We'll see how much voltage we actually need for that. So, yeah. I'm just gonna loosen it up. Like, it's gonna be loose timings, nothing special. Everything is completely fine except for nitro. Oh, I hate this. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much. You can't fly through the BIOS as you used to. You used to do it so quickly. Now you can't. But in CVS there is no UMC. What? Thanks Norm for the sub. 31 months. Holy sh. Disable smart fan mode. Ah, that's how you set the percent. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Yeah, that's it. So okay. I hate this bus. Okay. This is gonna be interesting. This CPU manages to do 6400 at 1.15 volts. So we're gonna see if the board actually also does that. Now, be it an ITX board with freaking 12 layers, it should actually have the signal integrity to be able to do it. But you never know until you test. So let's test. Oh, I should really do that. I should be writing this down, to be honest. So like the pros and cons, for example, the biggest con so far is the CMOS button, by far the worst con. And the best pro is actually the core configuration. Enabling and disabling and then saving in the profiles and everything. That works perfectly. So that's pretty good. Oh, I should have entered the BIOS. I should have entered the BIOS. One of the cons that I would say is actually I guess the LED behavior a little bit. Post LED behavior, where there's a long duration where there's no LEDs active and it's still posting. It's still like fans are going up and then slowing down, and then you see the LED, the green LED. That's the boot LED. Okay, we are good to go for 64. Saw the dim colorful board? Yes, saw it. Yeah, there should be a guy who potentially got a review sample for it. Asus PSU arrived. Ooh, Asus PSU arrived. We could actually test that a little bit later. You guys are so cute in the chat, in group chat. You guys are so cute. Okay. Well, this is where it begins. 2 hours and 24 minutes. It begins. Let's see what this board is made of. I should have really deleted the CPU. It would make it much easier to actually do this. But we don't need 1.3 volts for 6600, and that's like the highest that you're really looking to get out of this. We need about like 1.2, 1.21. We're gonna see how much we actually need. This is gonna be interesting. Also, then there's the obviously the load line for the SoC. We're gonna see if that actually makes a difference. We're gonna be monitoring the SoC voltage and hardware info. We're gonna see if actually it goes up or down. Now potentially, depending on where the where the sensor is coming from. Is this not post? Oh my god, that was long. That was long. I thought they would. I think it doesn't work actually. No. Oh my god, don't tell me we're getting the new BIOS experience. Oh no. We might be getting new BIOS experience. The new AGESA, you know? Oh no. Okay, so we're gonna do normal settings for the VDDIO and VDDQ. And then also VDD. I was already preparing to restart this thing. Huh? Bored? Are you good? I'm tired, boss. I'm not feeling too well. I'm already tired. Already tired. Let's see if it syncs. It unsyncs? Now that's an interesting one. 64 unsyncs? I feel like the setting in the main menu actually doesn't work. We're gonna do it in overclocking. So that took a while. We're not doing the test like that. We're doing it with GPU load because this is Gen 5 5090. It puts a massive load on the IMC, or the SoC I should say, and that massively affects Okay, I'm gonna have to actually see. I'm gonna have to see this sensor versus the main one in the AMD menu. Yeah, GPU load massively affects the SoC load. All right, all good. Well, let's have a look. How do the voltages look like? So I'm looking at this voltage. I'm looking at this voltage. Aha, this one goes up. This one stays the same. I feel like this could be potentially static, reading it from the BIOS and not actually measuring the voltage. And I feel like this one is actually coming from the VRM because it is going up, so it's trying to compensate for the droop, I would assume. Wow. Okay. Weird, definitely weird behavior at the beginning. Taking so long to actually post and then taking so long to go into Windows, finding a boot device or something, I don't know. God knows what happened there. But okay, that's notable, right? Notable. When you go to like 6400, the 1-to-1 mode, low SoC on a 9950 with the latest BIOS. It actually takes a while for it to get it together, basically. Get it together, bruv. That's hilarious. But it is handling it, definitely. That's cool. What's the memory temp? It's a bit. It's also cool to see that it can handle this with normal settings like VDDP 095 and the way that I do memory voltages, which you can see basically here. The way that I do memory voltages is basically like this. I'm not going to explain why, but that's how I do it. It's not, funnily enough, actually, it's not optimal for AMD behavior. It actually likes synced up voltages much more. And for example, like 50 millivolt intervals. So like 1.35, 1.4, 1.45, stuff like that. It actually likes it more. I would assume that's actually based on training, the way that AMD trains the sticks and everything and then calibrates it. But yeah, I use the voltages like that. It's cool to see actually, like that's really cool. And we're also, oh my god, we're also going to be able to see if it does this for 8000. I would assume no, actually. For 8000, the best one would be VDDQ 1.5 and then VDDIO 1.4. That's literally the best one to get. Literally the best one. B-tier PSU, to be honest, for that price and for the connectivity, to be honest, like that's pretty good. Not bad. The main thing I want to test is a little bit of 12 volt droop and the fan, mainly the fan. So I'm gonna have to do like an Intel system with a 5090 so I can push the power like 1000 watts or something like that. I want to hear the PSU. So these guys are basically useless. I can hide them. Most of this is also useless. There is a second sensor for VCAR. Was I blind? I am blind. Literally blind. Chipset. I'm gonna keep chipset actually. Can I? Shit, if I move this up, it's gonna like completely fuck up the not the orientation, but the sensors, the location. But there is a second voltage readout. What is it different than the other one? Oh yeah, it is a little bit. It's higher. Okay, it's a little bit higher. Not bad, we're good. Look, holy. Okay, so this INC is just... I'm sorry, I'm excited. This IMC is so stupid, man. Oh, that makes me almost cry, man. Holy. Dude, the restart is not fast. I can say OCF is faster. Definitely. At least it feels faster. It feels like OCF is... Get back into... ASRock, man. Dude. Get it together, ASRock, man. Also, the tachyon is also the same. It kind of like instantly goes back in. Well. Boys. Here it is. I doubt that this will actually work first try. Oh. I'm gonna try it in this menu. Can you go to the too late? What do you need from advanced CPU? What? I have it in my head, so what do you need? By the way, OCF is released. What do you mean? Can they release OCF? It is. You can buy it. If there's CBS in there. It is, but it's very severely limited. There is CBS in there, yes. But there's just everything is missing. Like you open CBS and there's like nothing. Where is it available? I don't know. Like, let me check. Oh, how's the RAM doing? 2 minutes until the end. 2 minutes until I get the RAM, dude. Guys, it's X870i OCF. Oh, it was. It's not. Wait. Oh no, you're right. Actually, you couldn't buy it in Germany, but there are people buying it, so 100% it's available somewhere. There are people who actually bought it. Well, guys, Guys, we have 66. It's still unsynced. So we're still unsynced. Oh my god, I should really use the new version of Zen Timings. I should really like look if there's a new version as well, because I didn't look if there's a new version. We're gonna do 3D more like we usually do. Like it puts such an enormous load on the SoC that it makes sense to do 3D load in the background while you're doing memory, because otherwise I saw that like memory stress test on AMD go into this limbo mode where it keeps passing, and then you move your mouse or try to open something and it explodes immediately, right? So this prevents that from happening. It literally just makes it error immediately if there's any instability, especially if it's SoC related. Anyway, let's find out if there's any new version. 20 seconds until the RAM. Let's go. Let's see. 20 seconds. Official releases. It seems like should improve fixed driver install. Okay, continue to download. And the RAM is mine. 60 euros for 12 gigabytes. 3 sticks. 1600 CL787 1.5 volts. No, those are crack. Okay, pretty cool. Pretty cool. It was fortunate that I spotted them. Do I have this on my USB? By the way, we're still running. That's crazy, bro. Do you see this? Are you guys seeing this? Guys. There's no way. Yay! I won. Now what? Leave page? What do you mean leave page? Now what? Can I pay for this? How do you pay? Oh, is it gonna ask me to do a banking app thing? No, thank God. Okay. Perfect. We got the RAM, bro. We got the RAM. 1.3 volt. No, it's gonna be like 1.2 volts SoC 68. Oh, you can't see. Sorry. Here it is. No, that is hilarious. But dude, this board. Okay, so let me get this out of the way. Unpin E. It's a little bit slow when you're doing memory test. AMD. There it is. So that's the, yeah, that's the latest one. I could put it in here. What the is Pawn IO? What is Pawn IO, by the way? Okay, how many prompts? 15,000? Let me just do this. No, we have explosion! It exploded. But that was pretty late actually into the test. So this is what I mean by explosion, right? When you're trying to mess around with stuff, if you don't have enough voltage on the SoC, it actually just explodes. But that's normal, because I tested this on 1.21 SoC, and that's where it actually worked for 66. And this is with basically like a full setup for 6600. It's not loose, right? It's not loose. Also, by the way, it could also be some other settings, including VDDP, VDDQ, VDDIO. VDDIO is still incorrect, by the way. Everything else is the same. Ah, there you go. There you go. I told you, man. There's no way that they were using 48 on DQDS. There's no way. They don't do that. Unless it's like manually set by them in the BIOS. But otherwise, they don't do it. So it's 34. It was a wrong reading, yeah? Okay. Good to know. Nice. But everything else is, yeah, everything else is the same. As far as I can tell. But it's interesting that they're using 48 and 60. I'm not even sure if that's correct, by the way. It could be incorrect. I need Ryzen Master for that. I'm doing it because I saw it on the OCF. The OCF actually does not read that correctly. I hate installing this, but it is for testing reasons. For science, you know, for science. It's not gonna open, isn't it? Where the hell is it? Am I blind? Oh. Oh, it's opening? What is it doing? Is this installing a virus on my system? Microsoft... Never mind. Microsoft Edge installer. It's downloading something. I don't want internet on this. Anyway. Yeah. Great. Collect anonymous data. Hell nah. Replacement for older driver. Ah, I see. Wait. Okay. Exit. Launch. Alright, let's have a look at the resistances. Is it correct or is it not correct? Because I feel like 48 and 60 is a little bit weird. It is. Oh, wow. It is. You can see it here. So it's 34, of course. Both, right? And then you have pull up and pull down, which is 48 and 60. So the reading is correct, thank God. And the rest is also correct. Yes, it's correct. Yes, it is correct. everything except for proc DQDS. Never mind. It's not shown. Oh. That's DRAM, yeah. Okay, cool. Good info. Can I disable this? Is there like a... Is there startup settings? Is there startup setting on it? I guess not. Hopefully it doesn't start. I'm gonna relaunch this. Okay, it's not there. I hope it doesn't start automatically. But that's good. That's good actually. The board actually managed to handle that. Now, I'm actually curious about the load line of the SoC. If I flat out the load line, how is it gonna handle that? If it makes it any better or not. And I'm not even sure what the default load line for the SoC actually is. The best way to test it would be actually like to test both, right? So load line 8 and then 1, you would get a good idea. But I would assume it's actually using loose. I could be severely wrong by assuming that though. So I need an immediate AMD contact. Let's see if it makes it any better. So it lasted 1 cycle basically. In DM, I hope it's no hidden anymore. Yeah, sure. Hopefully it doesn't break the board or kill the CPU. That would be a shame. That would be a shame if it did. Oh no, we're not using 600 watts. Shut the hell up. Here we go. How does the sensor look? Ooh. I didn't pay attention initially to the voltage, to the SoC voltage, but I believe it's actually the same. Literally the same as before. But we'll see if it handles it a little bit better. Hold on. For the BIOS flash, you need to do it MSI ROM, right? MSI ROM. Oh, explosion. Oh, wow. Immediate explosion. So we're gonna use the default load line. Is it in caps? All right. I don't want to tighten down the RAM. It's fine. English. I think so, yeah, I think so too, but I need to actually check. BIOS, entering, updating, M-Flash, FAT, MSI, where is it? BIOS ROM. Wait, what? BIOS button. MSI ROM in full caps, yeah. Okay, good to know. Cool. Thank you, by the way. Thank you. We'll see if it works. We'll see if it actually unlocks the CBS. If it does, biggest playground ever. And I will shit on MSI publicly for not for not unlocking it. Lamo. Oh shit. Oh Jesus. I will make sure I will never get sponsored by them. Oh shit. Yeah, let's do this. So, wait. I'm the dumbest. I'm actually the absolute dumbest. Yeah, I did prep, dude. I did prep. I didn't do 66. I'm so fucking dumb. Anyway, but we found out that yes, this does 66, basically. No need to do it anymore, basically. Like we can just continue, right? We can continue. And I just want to do like a little brief 8,000, maybe 84, maybe. Right, I want to see if it does it at 1.35 VDD IO. That would be super cool, man. That's signal integrity, but the CPU usually needs a little bit more. That's fine. I wonder what it will. Oh my god, we have the memory. Try it, dude. We could try. I guess a little bit later. A little bit later. That voltage is actually completely fine, but I usually do 1.5. Yeah, that should be completely fine. Realistically, I could also sync this like this. That would be also interesting. Then we need VDD, VDDP. The rest doesn't matter because I have 131. Let me double check. Yeah. The maps, we don't call people like that, man. I swear to God. That in a YouTube video. Let's go. Let's go. You left every server. Ah, that's interesting. Okay. Oh, I actually didn't check how long it takes to post 8000. I would assume it actually takes the same time. It does feel long right now, though. It does take long. Wait a minute. 8000 posts longer? We're gonna have to do it again. No, we're gonna have to stopwatch it again. Where is it? Unless this is actually not posting anymore. But I doubt it, because like Gear 2 actually sometimes takes an enormous amount of time. Oh. Okay, we're gonna have to do it again. I swear to God, if this takes so long, I'm not gonna test Gear 2. I'm trying to comment on my posts so I get comment boost. Also, I feel like this literally is not posting. Okay. Now you know the reference for Gear 1 synced. What is the best possible one, I guess. Why is this not posting? Maybe it's VDDIO. I doubt it though. Like 1.35 should still be completely fine. It could be though. Who knows? Did you change Nitro? 131. Yes. 131. I guess you need to do the try it, man. I swear to God, we're gonna have to do the try it. The try. Swear to God, man. So, it's 4 right now. 4. Oh, Counter-Strike just started. Major playoff, semi-final. I guess we're gonna have to go through memory try it, unless I screwed something up, but I doubt it. Apart from the most sus thing would be the VDDIO, of course. Everything else, nothing special. Well, it seems like we're doing it. I doubt that this is posted. I don't think it is. I really doubt. So, let's power it up again. A little click of the CMOS button. Flashbang. Again? Okay. PBO? Huh? Get off my screen. Okay. There you go. Okay, so I can save this actually. So save over it. Okay. Okay. Now we can go to F7. Actually, no. I'm gonna go F10. Yeah, video control separate. Okay. All right, let's boot straight in. I'm actually curious what the memory try at 8000 does. Yeah, by like auto settings. TAC would never do this to you? Yeah, it would never. But we'll see. We'll figure out the gear 2. No worries. Memory try it. Do they have 66? They do. Okay. They even have... Oh yeah, looser. Okay. Wow, much looser. They have 68, and that is... Yeah, I believe the star next to it is UCLK, MCLK, so... What do we have here for 8000? I know my sticks do this, but not all of them do this. What does this set? 2000, memory try it. DRAM voltage, video, okay. 1.4 volts for... Are you guys for real? Are you guys for... You're... Okay. Fine, let's... That's hilarious. And that's it, apparently. Wait, it sets TRFC? Okay. And no TREFI? Okay. Did you just change the register, or I should say, I guess the register, right? For the CBS? I would just, like, I assume that you literally just flipped 0 to 1 or something like that. Unhide. Just, okay. Okay, so this works. Access from 9 to 5. Aha, you do access. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, interesting. Well, let's have a look, shall we? Does it do any nitro stuff, or let's see. No, nitro is still the same. And oh right, it's GDM, but it's synced. Okay. 1.3 volts. MSI, but why? What do you... VDP synced basically. 105, 105, 105. $34 and high Z. That's an interesting one again. And 48. Huh? Are you guys for real? Oh, okay, sneaky, sneaky. Okay, we're doing 48 and 34. Okay, okay, sneaky. Very sneaky. Procondite, it's what? That is wild, by the way. Interesting. Interesting, okay. Let's see how far... Can we get anywhere with this, by the way? Because it's GDM. I feel like it's gonna just... Well, it works. Huh? Oh no. Lag. I feel like it's error correcting so hard, by the way. Oh my god, that lag. Holy. Okay. Let's do some manual settings on this. Oh my goodness. Did you see that lag, by the way? Did you... Yeah. That's hilarious. Wait, we need to try more memory tried settings. That's hilarious, though. Then because I can't look into it with the two. Okay. Is context restore disabled? Oh, I could do... Oh my god. Wait. I could search for it. I have a search option. But I wanted to just search like a reduction, right? Reduction. So let's see. MSI. Man. No, man. Shit. Okay, so let's see what changes if we do like 82. 82, 40. 40 and 46. Are you guys... Who made this? Who made this? DRAM voltage 143. Interesting. They're using 30 millivolt intervals. CL changes. And that's it. What about this? 52 going from 46 to 52. 1.5, 1.5 high DRAM voltage enable. Ah, they went to 1.43 because that's the limit. Ah, that makes sense. Okay. TRAS changes 1 to 6. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. And then we have this. This is completely fine in terms of timings. But let's see volts. Volts still the same, 1.5. 88. Still same timings. Still same voltage. What? Everything the same. So between 84 and... Is this real? Between 84 and 8800, it is literally... Is it 9000 as well? So 84, 86, 88, 9000 are literally exactly the same. The only thing that changes is the freaking frequency. So the timings on 84 are actually based off of a 9000 profile, which are fine, by the way. These timings are legit, right? They can work. And they don't probably even need that much voltage. At least on MDI, they don't need that much voltage. They can happily do it at 1.47, even like ambient like this. Some better ones will actually do it, some better cooled ones. So if you have a block on them and some, they will do less voltage for these settings. Or same voltage and lower timings, for example, like 40, 50, 52, stuff like that. Okay. I want to give it a go. I want to give this thing a go. I want to see if it posts. I swear to God, this TRFC is so cooked. What is the TRFC for 84 again? 512. Yeah, 512. I mean, does this have... okay. Yeah. I kind of want to leave the timings, but I know what this does. So 84 would be for these sticks. Depends how much voltage I want to push through them. But it would be 36 and 48. And then stock TREFI. Okay, okay, I'm gonna leave these two because sometimes they actually... For now, it pisses me off, man, because they have a correlation. I think that's it. I don't think yeah, I'm just gonna leave voltage. It's fine, by the way. It is fine. 1.5 volts. We're gonna do 1.4, okay? We're gonna do 1.4. It's fine. 1.4 is more... Wait. The OCF actually loved this voltage, but it wanted 1.46, if I'm not mistaken. Screw it. For the first time, we're gonna do this. Then we're gonna start pulling down the voltage. Oh my god, the nitro settings and everything. And then we have the eCLK VDC performance mode predict. We can do predict. Why not? I'm just gonna set this. Alright. VDDIO 1.4. Why? Okay. Regular voltage. Actually, 1.4 is kind of more regular. Okay, we're gonna see dark. No worries. We're getting there. We're getting there. I will consider your proposition, though. I will consider it. One more thing. Just gonna save it. 8400. That's fine. I don't need to name it anything. But the proposition is this. Let's see if that screwed us over earlier. Who's playing today, by the way? Oh, it doesn't say yet. Oh, Team Spirit Vitality. Oh my god, Team Spirit Vitality. And then FaZe Navi. Oh my god, the matchups today. Holy man. Okay. Oh my god, SoC voltage, please. No, 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 no. We don't need 1.3 volts SoC. No, 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 no. We're going back in and we're setting that SoC. Oh, I swear to god, if I see 1.3 again. Jesus. Serious, man. 1.15 is completely fine for this. Actually, no. I'm gonna do this. I know for a fact. Okay. Yes. Yes. It's fine. It's fine. Nitro comes later, when we actually know that this functions at least somewhat. I'm actually expecting it to work just straight out. Straight off the bat. Okay, my guy, like, what the, like, are you dumb? Boys, we can't do it. No way, man. Really? Even less, this SoC? Yeah. Yeah, it did 1.05 or even, I think, more than 84. I think it was doing like 85 and 86 as well. Didn't we do 86 on the OCF? So stupid. It was 900. Yeah. We don't have to change this, but I'm gonna just set it. Oh, actually. There is our problem. There is our problem. I don't know what this sets to, by the way. If it stays 1.05, not doing it. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do that. There was potentially our problem because I actually don't know what it changes to when you do like 82 and 84. So let's find out now. And VDDIO 1.4 should be correct, even for this. Unless it's actually not, which would be shocking. Oh yeah. Oh, you're right. You are actually right. You are actually right. You are actually right. Let me see if safe mode works on this with just a restart like that. I always forget about the correlation between VDD IO and VDDP. Then we can do Patriot sticks. Imagine if Patriot actually flies on this. Come on, dude, you can do it. Safe mode, please. You can do it. I'll give it half a minute and then CMOS. It's not that much to change actually from my profile, so. It feels like it's not coming back actually. So that's interesting. Safe mode not quite there yet for MSI. It seems like, at least. From a failed post to shut down through the power button and then power back on. Usually that actually worked flawlessly with MSI on previous platforms. It seems like it's not a thing anymore, sadly. $53, I think it should actually. Didn't it already? We did it on the OCF. We did mainly just the OCF, right? We were just syncing everywhere. It did freaking 33 sync on 6600. Even 68. Didn't it sync at 68 at 33? Like, stupid. Absolute stupid. Mm-hmm. Come on, MSI, just give me the friggin' picture. So I can load 84. I'm surprised that 84 is so picky. It might actually just be the... Can you get off my screen? The resistances, I feel like. Did that? Okay. Can you load the advanced? So this bus is so stupid. No. Right, if you want, yeah. I didn't actually check, right? But we're gonna do one. Just gonna leave this. I don't think there's anything else except for these two. And then if this doesn't work, then we need to check resistances. I have an idea for resistances, we'll see. And then if that doesn't work, then we're flashing the BIOS because we need groups. Or we have a post. Why is the fan at 100? Okay, thank God. All right, let's see it. Dude, if it was VDDP all along, then easy fix. god, I have half the screen. There we go. Everything loaded? Yes. Okay. Ooh, let's check Zen timings first. Ah, yeah, right. Right, I didn't do PMU. I was like 37, 39. No, it's PMU. PMU needs adjusting for this. Everything else is as expected. 0, 0 because it's 1. It's higher than, I believe it maxes out at 1435 and then it doesn't read anymore, VDDIO. But let's see it in hardware info. If it displays, yes, okay. And now we can actually test a little bit. If this runs, will be interesting to see. Oh my god. Okay. What? Okay, it does not run. Oh, it doesn't. It errors so badly that hardware info actually closed. Okay. I swear to God, it's the resistances. There's no way they're using these resistances. Like, what are you guys doing? What? No way. No way. I do not believe them. The voltages should be fine now, so I'm gonna save that. And the rest would be probably groups. Also, no. Voltage, I kind of want VDD. Yeah, I can't. I mean, I could do 1.44, 1.45 if I want to 1.15 VDDP. Because they correlate with each other. If you use too low VDDIO, you can't do high VDDP. So if you do like 1.15 VDDP, you need like 1.44 VDDIO if I'm not mistaken, somewhere around that range. So I will do it, however. I will do this 5, 4, 6. I will do this. The rest is fine. We also want to adjust this. That's fine. We have it in main settings anyway. And now that should be the save. Oh, it doesn't even show the advanced settings. Oof. It doesn't show the advanced settings. Wild. I'm getting a slight headache, bro. Slight. More coffee then. We have a post. That's good. We like posting. It's interesting that the VRM fan is constantly going. You can definitely hear it. You can definitely hear. It's not a loud fan. It's, in fact, it's very quiet. You can only hear a slight hiss. Let's see if hardware info still closes under load now. I think, personally, these settings are a little bit better, but we'll see. So, here we go. So now we have 35, 37. It didn't sync. It is what it is. In terms of voltages, slightly better personally. You could tighten down the WR, but I'm just keeping it for safekeeping like this. Yeah. Everything else is fine. Well, let's see if it's any better than before. We have nitro settings now as well. Time to find out. Oh, here we go. I doubt that it's gonna make any difference, to be honest, to the stability. But yeah, same thing. Yeah, same. Actually, massive explosion. Wow. Massive explosion. I will try some on-die termination and see what comes from it. I guess I tried changing them in the main menu first, because I know that Gigabyte actually needs some settings changed in different places. For example, some of them in CBS, some of them in overclocking, some of them in main menu. We'll see if this works. I trust that MSI actually works in the main menu, all of them. Okay. But let's see if that trust is gonna be broken. I could also do swap mode. Wait, am I screwing up? I don't think, no? No. These guys are... It depends. I'll try this for now. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Time to find out if it can save us, otherwise it's literally group B. I need to double check everything, even Ryzen Master potentially. So 40, yeah, I did, yeah. 40, high. 34, let's check Ryzen Master. Oh my god, what the? Huh? I just noticed this. That's literally an upside down Windows logo. That's hilarious. Also, I feel like we're so unstable that this literally does not load, or it's bugged out. But I feel like it's instability. So yeah, we're gonna get rid of you, and we're gonna see immediately if it explodes. Yeah, So it does still explode. Yeah, very much. Very much still explodes. I have only one more thing in my mind that could potentially get it. Now I'm actually wondering where the hell were they coming up with the freaking 8809 9000, dude. Do I just try to do like an 80? No, I can't. I can't. No. That will not work. After this is literally like after this, the one last settings change, I'm actually trying to flash the BIOS and see if CVS is open. Wow. I can't believe MSI, bro. Like, after all this time, we still need to... No, I'm not using skewing. I'm not using it. That's not the point. The point is you want them to change so you have access. Not try to find a freaking workaround to do what should be there in the first place. So no, like, I'm not up for that, right? So let me double check that I have the timings correct. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, everything. Yeah, okay. Even, oh my god, I could... Jesus. Anyway. I could do... No. I have one more thing in my mind, which is hilarious. Would be this. Literally that. And then you can do the same thing for this. Okay, the next thing that I have in my mind, apart from high and then potentially 96 and then potentially, I believe it's 53 or 60. I can't remember exactly. I think it's 60. But that's usually high impedance is fine. I have this in my mind. But usually it's just this, man. The next thing is this. Literally this. But again, these sticks might actually benefit from a slightly different approach, which would be 48-40-48, or potentially even, well, it depends on the board. I don't know this board, but I'm going off of sample size, you know? For example, like Tachyon will not do 48-40-48. It will do like 48-48 and then 40, or maybe even like 34 or something like that for sticks like this, right? So it depends, right? It depends. But this should be, from experience, this should be 40-40. I hate 40-40 though. Nah. It should be this. 40-40 is more for Patriot. Let me get some more sample size. Let me see. So I have Tachyon and I have OCF. Let me see OCF. What does OCF say about that? Oh my god, that's a lot of info. Aha, okay, so I'm using completely different here. Aha, 40-40 on OCF actually. 40-40 was on OCF. Oh, that's crazy. And I also have the data for... Aha, I also have data for... Never mind. Never mind. I don't. Never mind. What about TAC? I know TAC is such a baby, man. TAC is a baby. I did so much testing on it. $84. Here it is. Sync. Oh no, it's actually unsync. 3537. Aha, that one was 40, 48, 40. And it was using stock 3434. So let's see, stock 3434. Still unsynced. That's just gonna be permanently unsynced unless I use Patriot. Patriot would probably sync. Let's see if it was potentially the timings, because I did a lot of changes here. I don't blame you for blaming me to like change 8 settings at the same time and then expect it to work. Usually you want to do it like one change, you know, and then try to find out. But yeah, we changed RDWR, WRRD, and then some of the resistances. It's completely exploding. Okay, so obviously it seems like no matter what you change, if you change multiple things at once, it's just not doing anything. Also, this is so it was instability. Okay, and now it actually loads. That's hilarious. Okay. Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed, but let's go UEFI. We need to set defaults, and I usually prefer to set default settings in BIOS and then flash it, even if it's a flashback, because I have had a board brick itself on RGB, by the way, when I didn't CMOS or set BIOS defaults before flashing. I flashed it, and then it got stuck on RGB firmware update, and that was a Z790 N-Core. So now I'm setting freaking all default BIOS settings so it doesn't freaking brick itself. So stupid, man. Okay. BIOS defaults, and this is probably gonna shut off. It does, and I'm gonna make it post again. At least it's fairly quick. We love TAC. You want to test? I don't want to test skewing. Yeah, we're just gonna stick to what we do. Fabio, thank you for the 7 months. Yeah, thank you for the 7 months. Is that a primer or a sub? Oh, it's actually a sub. Wow, thank you. Okay, so wait, excuse me? When you, okay, I guess I can make this a little larger. So when you press the flash button, the board actually powers on for like 10 seconds, and then it shuts off. You can see an LED flashing in the background. That's kind of hilarious because there's no hole where you can see the LED flashing in the background. There's no like cutout or something like that. You can see it through the USB holes, basically. That's hilarious, by the way. You can barely see that it's flashing. It's under the heatsink, under the VRM heatsink. Hello? MSI didn't do a cutout. They should have done a cutout under it. But yeah, it powers on, and then it shuts off, and then it initiates the flash. And now the whole thing is on, and it's blinking. So the LED is blinking. We're gonna see how long it takes, and if it actually just straight up powers on. BRB, by the way, BRB, I need to... Yeah, it's been, what, 4 hours or something? Yeah, almost. What? Is this flash gonna take forever? It's still blinking, by the way. What? It's 4 minutes into the flash. Huh? I thought it would be done by now. Every other board I flashed like this would be done by now, by the way. Is everything good over here? Yeah, everything's good. Nice. It's so sad that when you upload an image on Twitter via your phone, it uploads like a shit resolution, small, fully compressed image. When you're doing it over PC, however, it uploads the real image, like the full resolution, no real compression, like decent compression, right? It's almost basically 1-to-1, right? Almost 1-to-1. Also, there's a freaking... I thought I heard a bird outside. Bird's the word. Dude, this mobile is beautiful without the freaking... There it is again. Interesting. Yeah, there's a bird peeping outside. How's it called? Chirping. It's chirping. Chirping outside. But so far, man, it feels hard to say, but so far it's been disappointing. Yeah, so far it's disappointing, man. There's literally one good thing about this board. Like, notably good thing. Oh man, I'm trying, dude. It's crazy because I have the Z890 and I have this now. Try the clevs. I could actually. Yeah, you're right. Trying the clevs. That's a good one, actually. Yeah, we'll try the clevs. No worries. But I have both now. I have the Z890. And the Z890 has 4 M.2 slots. Has a better I.O. Has better memory overclocking. It does 9000 plus. We done 9000 plus on stream. I can't remember the VRM. I would have to look at it again to remember the VRM. But it was also like incredible, by the way. It was also, the board was incredible at efficiency. Boot up times, by the way, boot up times are immediate, by the way. You power on the board and within 8 seconds you're already almost looking at the freaking desktop, right? It's wild how fast that thing is. I have it in the background, by the way. That's the PC, and that's the ITX box for this, and then underneath it, it's the ITX PC. Also, this is flashing for a while now. This has been flashing for 8 minutes. Oi, oi, oi. You think MSI did optimizations for 24H2? Because the Z890 does incredibly well with 24H2, obviously, right? 16 to 24H2. Am I stupid? 24M right? 24M, H24M. However, if you try to use the H16A, forget about it. It's a depressing experience, sadly. Now, it's the exact opposite on AMD, actually. AMD kind of loves H16A, right? And it primarily actually loves Patriot sticks, depending which ones, but if you have the right ones, it will prefer the Patriot sticks above anything else. Sadly, like the Patriot sticks obviously are not as good as the G.Skill CL26, obviously. So you can't really tighten them down, but the board, however, loves them. Or I should say like the board and CPU, right? The IMC. So why is this flashing for 10 minutes? And it is flashing because my USB has a little LED indicator that lets you know that it is actually reading the USB stick. You can see it right here. See that? So you can see there, you can't see the, or at least I should say, like, there's no cutout for the flash LED on the board. Do I put this full screen for you guys? There it is. There's no like cutout, you know? You can only see it through the little hole and through the USBs. That's hilarious, man. But then also the GPU blinks. The GPU blinks because Hall of Fame, when it is not detected by the motherboard, as in like through the pins, it will flash red because it's getting power, but it thinks that it's not connected to a board, basically. It's hilarious. Basically, it's saying that it doesn't have a PCI Express interface, but it is powered on, right? So let's find out what happens. I'm just gonna keep you on the board. Here's the board LEDs on the side. Get your shit together, dude. I would say the same for OCF or ASRock in general. Starblue is still here, dude. Starblue, are you lurking? Brav is lurking. Also, Starblue, I did not forget about the 9070 Linux power unlock. With MapsCorp, we've been actually debating that because now we have Linux and we could actually start doing it. But I don't know where to slot it in, man. I don't know. Can do it from live USB. Yeah, I have a live USB. I have it right here. Wait. I have it right here. Look. This is my new live USB. It's, again, I used heat shrink to, so I removed the casing because I hate the casing, man. It's too big. It's all plastic. It's trash. So I removed the casing and I just did a heat shrink over it. Sadly, it doesn't have an LED. I would love if it had an LED. And yeah, this is basically it. Plug it in and that's our Linux live USB. It only took 12 minutes, by the way. And it turns on automatically again. And... Alright, MSI. Alright. It only took 12 minutes. Great. That is the longest BIOS flash I've ever seen. Where's my monitor? Whenever I move the camera, I need to move the monitor away. Oh, it goes straight into Windows. Great. I also don't like that, man. Dude, MSI, there's a couple crucial issues, man. A couple of them. One of them is this, that it doesn't prompt you to press F1 and stop at the screen. Like, literally stop. Don't move, don't do anything. And then you choose, do you go to BIOS? Do you go load defaults and everything? After something changed, right? especially BIOS, and especially on first boot, by the way. You don't want your system to be just straight up booting into whatever you plug into it. It might not be good, you know? You want to go into BIOS first. But yeah, then their engineers would be arguing, yeah, but what if the person doesn't know how to enter the BIOS and how to navigate the BIOS? At least he is like stuck before something goes wrong, right? At least he's like calling his friend is like, dude, I just built my PC, I'm stuck on this screen, I don't know what to do. Right? Better that than actually like causing damage to the system, you know? Anyway, first I actually need to like slow this fan down because it's gonna... Thank you. Fabio, sorry, not Felipe. I don't know why that came over my mind, but let's see.
ASRock the exploder of CPUs.
Yeah, ASRock the exploder of CPUs. This is, I can see it's all the same. Where's the CBS menu? Is it here? The one that you tried to unlock? We wasted 12 minutes. Yup, we did. Would be above, of course. That's where you would expect it. Of course you would. That's where it usually is. I can't believe. Oh my god, MSI, we need groups, bro. We need groups, bro. And not only that, we need BIOS 1203A. That's what we need. The most stable BIOS, the best one possible for 9000 series. Most efficient one, most consistent one. But apparently we can't have that. Going, and how is the mental breakdown? We're not there yet. Only L3 stretch? Ooh. That's actually pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Usually you want it disabled, of course, if you're doing CPU overclocking. Where is it? I hate this BIOS so much. Oh. Okay. I would assume that it's actually here. No? No. Actually not. Is it in here? Oh. No, never mind. Saw it. I'm blind. I'm actually blind. I'm completely blind. It is what it is. Oh, there it is. Oh, guys. How is that possible, man? How is it possible that we don't have normal CBS options? MSI, please. Somebody send this to an MSI engineer, please. Like, why? Does it hurt? Does it hurt to have the stock AMD CBS settings? Like, really? Next thing that we need to try. I need to first do the advanced options. Okay, so. All good, we try. No worries, dude. Fabio, no worries. No worries. We'll figure it out. No worries. We'll figure it out. I will contact the MSI guy. I will point a gun at this. Unlock this. And yeah, we're gonna see if anything happens. Probably not, but we'll try. Prage. I hope they watch the whole thing, by the way. There's so many things, man. There's unacceptable stuff, man. And even this, right? Even this. There's anything here? No. No. That's our base. Okay, so because it's literally the same BIOS with one register changed, it actually just did not do anything. Okay, but we're gonna override the save. Okay. Let me do 6600. No. No. Let me do 6000 and we'll do eCLK. Hold on. Game boost. That's a thing that we didn't test. Wait. Enhance mode boost. Enable boost for trial PBO function. Oh, it doesn't really tell you what it does. Okay, let's see what boost does, because that's the one thing that we didn't test. Everything else is figured out. The CMOS behavior, sadly. The flashing behavior now, it takes 12 minutes to flash a BIOS, apparently. We found out gear 1, gear 2, core switching. And the things that we didn't find out yet is the eCLK and the PBO, because we didn't really do CPU. We only focused more on memory right now. Okay, so let's actually now stretch the legs of the VRM basically. Let's stretch the legs a little bit. So what does it do? I'm not sure if this actually, no, this will not show. MSI, what the hell? Are you guys? Okay, at least it's a trial. At least it's a trial, right? So they're boosting 100 PBO. If not, I believe it's 100 PBO. And then CO across the board for X3D, and then the other CCD. The other CCD is lower CO because it's reaching the 5.8, right? The 5.8. Now, oh my god, the voltage. Oh my goodness, the voltage. Let me see. Light load. If... Dude, I feel like they're doing more than 100. How could you check? That's literally the only way to check, but it doesn't say how much is actually like applied. It's not Zen states. You can't see that in Zen states. It doesn't show. It only shows power. 300 watts. Also, the TDC is not that high, by the way. Scalar 10! Honestly, I wish I did not press that option. I wish I didn't even press it. Seeing this... You're telling me that you're locking CBS options and then allowing users to do this? Really? Like, are you guys for real? There's no way.
Does it degrade the CPU?
Of course. There's no way that I'm seeing this on my screen, by the way. By the way, this might actually crash because like the minus 30 is ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous. The only reason why minus 30 would actually be stable is because we're reaching temperature limit and power limit. That is literally the only reason why minus 30. If we try to boost the frequency of the CPU, crashes immediately. No way. That's at 4 hours and 10 minutes. Mark it. 4 hours and 10 minutes. I've seen horror. Oh my god, the TDC is actually saving it. The TDC is saving the shit out of this CPU. That's why I said, like, the TDC is actually low, 180 amps. That's how the minus 30 is actually, like, okay, right? That's not a bad score, by the way. So in all core, yes. How do I crash this? I remember. There was a Y cruncher test that crashed high frequency immediately. And it was... No. I messed up, sorry. Oh my god, the amp limit is actually saving the shit out of this CPU, by the way. The amp limit is just straight up saving the all core. I feel like I want to load up either the... I know what crashes it. I know what crashes it. I know what crashes it. Oh, funnily enough, actually FFT works. The frequency looks insane, by the way. I know what crashes it. Watch this. Yeah, GT1 as well. Dude, actually true. You are not wrong, by the way. You are not wrong. You are absolutely not wrong. Dude, actually, MapsCorp reminded me of this. This might actually just straight up nuke the CPU. The problem is, it's gonna use the... Oh, wow. Wait. You're telling me that Hydra has all of this? What? This is the first time I see this. And it's using the CCD1. What? Oh my god, this is crazy. I didn't know. I didn't know Hydra had this. That's crazy. That's so good. But it doesn't crash. Okay, it doesn't crash. It uses the high clocking core, non-X3D core. The thing that crashes this, I swear to god if it doesn't crash. Thread 1 boost. Watch this. Oh, I can't really show the whole thing, sadly. I swear to god, it's the CPU hard carrying this. I swear to god, the settings are so bad. It's so bad. But the CPU is just hard carrying this because it's not a bad one. You just have the best CPU. It's not the best one, by the way. It's a good IMC. It's not the best in terms of X3D and non-X3D CCD. It's not. I've had better. It would not even boot. Yeah, it is what it is. Some of them are like that, yeah. But this thing is just hard carrying the Hydra boost, basically. That's wild, by the way. You're gonna see the effective frequencies, by the way. It could also be the scalar, by the way. It is. It has to be. Because I never use scalar 10, by the way. Like, that is ridiculous. Look at these effective... Okay, these guys are yikers. But they're... what are they limited by? I don't know. But the X3D is... Imagine this deleted. This is stock IHS, by the way. Stock IHS. Anyway, there's no BCLK. The problem is this. And the other problem is, I guess the limits are fine. the limits are complete. In my opinion, the 180 amps is actually saving it. Hella, by the way, hella saving it. Zen states, if you literally, if you just touch this thing, let's put it to 320. Watch this. Huh? Does it not apply? I guess it does not apply. Huh? Something has to be overwriting this, by the way. Something has to be overwriting that. Yes, something is overriding that. Do on Hydra? How do you do it on Hydra? I actually never tried. This on direct die and you put outside would be anything. I know. That's why I'm actually planning to do it. That's why I was so excited about this board, because this board might actually like hard carry, but in the end, OCF and Tachyon are PBO2. Is this from my previous results? I hope that did not apply. How do I reset this? Zeroing. Fuck! I don't want to do this, honestly. But apparently it's... Oh, you have eCLK on this as well. Never mind. I'm not using... No, I'm not using that. No. The rubber on the... No. I'm not using that. I'm not using that. Anyway, apparently there is a second level of this, by the way. A second level. Let's try the second... Let's try a second level. Let's see how bad it gets. Oh no. All right. Apparently there's a second level. What's she? Okay. Boost number 2. Yes. I guess 07. What's up, bro? How you doing? Yes, I'm doing okay. Losing it a little bit with this board because there's settings missing, which would allow you to do incredible things with it, probably. We're assuming here because the settings are not there and we can't actually test. But yeah. Disappointing a little bit. But I still need to do some efficiency testing on this board to actually see like if the scores are really what they should be. And then we're gonna have the final conclusion. Level 2 is actually... Oh my god, level 2 is 30 and 20. What? What? Gute Nacht. Gute Nacht. No, we're not going to bed yet. Oh, who's going to bed? What settings am I looking for? Literally just the CBS menu. It's the stock default CBS menu. That's it. I should be. I see Meteor. How's the new mobile? How's the new mobile? Are you asking me or are you actually asking him? Ah, the Force, you mean? Yeah, he got the Force. Group B? No, just in general. No, not just Group B. I'm looking for AMD CBS settings. Literally the one that AMD ships to all of the manufacturers because there's taps inside of it. I want taps as well. Memory runtime reduction, taps, all of the freaking settings in the taps menu basically. I think it's called UMC if I'm not mistaken. DDR, UMC, whatever. Also, I feel like this CPU is just hard carrying everything. Like what? Force is a mom? Yeah, he means a MILF. That's what he means. Alright. Only the Zen 4. Yeah. He's stuck at 8,000 basically because it doesn't support more than 8,000. I mean, the CPU is just hard carrying at this point. I don't know what to tell you. MSI, your settings are good. Not really, but they seem to be passing. Let me see. MSI, I take everything back. I take everything back. Your settings are trash. It crashed while opening, dude. No way. Wait. Let me. Yeah, it literally Okay, so it consistently crashes on open. Let me see if I can open it. Okay. It froze! It literally, look. It froze. That's what you get. That's what you get with Boost 2. Like, dude, these settings are not okay. They are not okay. The CPU is already running at the absolute limit out of the box, and they're trying to push. I'm not even sure. I need to actually check if the overclocking menu shows what kind of offset they're using. But they're using a clock offset, and it's probably somewhere along the lines of 100 megahertz or something like that, and they're undervolting the CPU like way too much. PBO will have a crash too. PBO, but it's the boost. It's this one, right? So it's not enhanced mode, which is only the undervolt, basically, right? Core optimizer. It's enhanced mode boost, right? Which is they also boost the frequency, but we need to find out how much. I was assuming 150 actually. It looked like more than 100. MSI. Guys, you gotta fix this, man. You gotta fix this. This is like, what are you guys doing, man? Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. Anyway, apparently there's no... Is there an X3D option in this BIOS? The X3D as in like optimize option. It doesn't seem like there is, because like there's the eCLK thing, right? So how does eCLK work? Let's find out. Let me show you how to do eCLK. Five seven 120 1.2 1.2 125 250 250 104 one more 104. Let's hope that this does not fuck my GPU. If everything works correctly and this is eCLK, this post goes into Windows. If it's not, it does not go into Windows. Or an even post, it doesn't even post. If they could set 20 scalar, they would. I know, right? Dude, Darko, it's pretty easy to get the board out of China. Like, it's so easy to get stuff out of China. Also, it seems like that is not eCLK. How do you enable eCLK on this thing? How do you enable eCLK on this? That's BCLK, by the way. No eCLK. It should be. What? No, they advertise eCLK. How do you enable it? In China or something? Yeah, it's like the AYW, the Force, the M-Power, they're all fairly cheap in China, yeah. It got postcode? No, those are... That is not post... Unless you mean another board. This has post LEDs. But yeah, the overclocking boards, of course, like, they are centered around overclocking. Of course they're gonna have postcode. All of them. Except for Force. Which is so stupid, man. Like Force, it has a spot for it. It has a spot for the freaking postcode, and they didn't put it on. The position is funny on the AYW. Yeah, the position is under the graphics card. What can you do? Okay. Fabio, I saw your message, by the way. could handle extra D. We have yet to actually test that. We're gonna get there eventually. So how do you do? What do you mean jump? There is no jumper. Unless it's this jumper. JCI1. JCI1. But I don't believe, to be honest. Oh, if I search the manual, there's no eCLK. How would they call it? FCH. And didn't find it. Wow. Wait. Oh no. What's the internal port? So GCI1, JCI, sorry, JCI1. What is JCI1? Ah, chassis intrusion. Never mind. Chassis intrusion. MSI CLK? Imagine. I mean, I guess it just doesn't, but it should. It makes no sense that this board does not have. Oh no. Oh no, it actually does not have BCLK. I think. No way. Who? Right, you mean the yeah, the jumpers. Yeah, they have that. these new Max boards, yeah, but this one should have it as well. It's the freaking TI EVO, man. No, we're not scalping sticks. We're just following whatever the market goes to. So like up or down, whatever. The higher they go, the better for me, I guess. But are you serious? There's no way that this does not have eCLK. There's no way. But that's just LCLK. That's not eCLK. Unless... No, it's not. Okay. That's the FCH base clock, yeah. Oh my god, there's no way. That is one of the cons, basically. I thought that this board had eCLK for some reason. I almost can't believe it. Oh, that is depressing, man. How? What? There's no way, man. Okay. I could try this. And see what happens. Because sometimes MSI advertises this as the eCLK as well, but they have modes though, I believe. I believe they have modes. Not just the X3D gaming mode. Fuck it, I'm not. Do I have... Okay, Meteor did relax. Okay, so I have the CO values for my CPU here. For the curve. No way. Oh no. What? Wait. Oh my god. Every single option here is positive. So you need to do every single, usually by the way, not usually, but everywhere else by the way, ASRock, Gigabyte, Asus, all of them, when you go per core, they are automatically set to negative. Here, it's set positive. So every single thing you need to do negative. Wild. What? So that's another thing, by the way. I missed one? Yeah, I missed one. Holy moly. Okay. Wait, this is a new option. What? Huh? This is a... What? This is a new menu. Hello?
Positive.
Last score positive?
None for Jigger.
You're right. Good spot. Okay. Dude, what was that, by the way? Hold on. Memory OC rule. The layout looks clean. It's trash, Meteor. It's trash. Complete garbage compared to previous old one. That menu should have tabs. It should have much more than tabs, by the way. No. Wait. No, never mind. It just has, no, it just has normal stuff. It just has normal stuff. No, it just has normal stuff. No. That's hilarious. Where's tabs? Yeah, exactly. It doesn't have everything. But this is a new menu. Appeared from nowhere. Also, this latency killer should have the freaking legacy level 1, level 2. Like, why is it latency killer? Just name it core whatever, right? Core option. The same way that everyone else calls it. Like, what? I hate this. Actually, you don't. Oh, okay. This is. Ooh, okay. It does work. There's nothing here, by the way. Nothing more. Nothing more. Actually, oops. Come on. There we go. There's nothing here, of course. It's never there. It's in CBS options. Dude, they just need to put CBS in and that's fine. Everything is fine if they put that in. Legacy is on top. Legacy is complete garbage for most of the games and just in general in daily conditions. Yes, it is good in latency in IDA. Yes. But when you actually use it as a daily system, it's complete garbage, unusable. Okay, at least I already have information about this CPU. So let's see if everything applied correctly. Yeah. Now let me see the behavior. Perfect. Now let me see this. It doesn't want to pull a lot of power. It does not want to pull a lot of power. Is it possible that it's motherboard limit? Is it possible that it has a motherboard limit? Proc hot manual. Overclocking advanced CPU configure AMD CBS. I mean, this should not be related to the board though. This is related to CPU, but I'll do it anyway because I want to see this thing go all the way. We'll see. That doesn't help me. That's already there. That's already there. You don't have to worry about it. Hold on. By the way, all of the CBS menus are standardized by AMD. The only company that changes that in the BIOS is MSI for no reason. They should have just kept the CBS settings as they are in the BIOS. Like, it makes no sense. Let me see if that unlimits the CPU. Am I missing something? Am I freaking missing something? Is it like what? Honestly, I'm just getting like everything after the freaking the one positive of the board is just negative, 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 negative. Like there, what? The amount of things, man. Just first of all, the BIOS, the post times after the initialization and the memory training, which is a long period of time. 12 minutes BIOS flash via flashback. The CMOS button sticking out and active when the PC is on, so you can press it and the system completely shuts off. Then you have the sync with VDD. So when you set VDD, it says VDDQ and VDDIO. You have no eCLK control, no CBS. Apparently the BIOS is limiting the power of the CPU as well. Like, guys. And then the profiles, not to get me started with the freaking profiles. The boost profile. And the one positive is literally the core switching. So you can switch the cores whenever, and even if your full BIOS configuration is in place, you can still switch the core. Like, that's the only positive of this. Where all the other boards are kind of struggling with it. This one is not. This one is just setting the core count the way that you set, right? But everything else is just complete, like, useless. How do I unlimit this? Actually, no, F8. Missing settings. Man, they have the sauce, dude. They have the sauce, but they're like just not executing, man. Let me see if the main menu PBO actually unlimits this thing. We've done it, boys. We've done We've done it, boy. Watch out, baby. Watch out. Anyway, this thing is not really clocking. And I would assume that's because this is actually not... Yeah, of course. So, okay. At least something. Okay, we set the PBO in the main menu. Apparently PBO works in the main menu, not in the advanced menu, where it should work, by the way. Okay. Apparently. So let's set the... Oh my god, we're gonna have to set this again. Wait, where's... No, not this, but this. Okay, let's put this in off. Oh, right. Okay, so noteworthy things apparently. I'm gonna have to check SMU to confirm, but PBO needs to be set in the main menu. Otherwise, it doesn't apply the limits. It does apply the curve optimizer, but not the limits. Okay. Yeah. Never mind. Never mind. It just refuses to boost any higher. 5252. It literally just refuses to boost any higher. That's crazy. Never mind. The main menu the overclocking menu in advanced does still apply. Apparently, it just does not allow the CPU to boost higher. Because this is the same result, by the way. It's exactly the same. Guys, I have to. I have to. That's a weird one. This does apply the memory settings, yeah? They're synced at least. Also oh my god, the 48 thing. Okay. It does droop a little bit under load. This is gonna be probably hot unless the VRM droops. It does droop, it does allow more power. It droops to about like exactly where I want it. That's quite a lot of power, let me just say that. Same score as before, of course. Same score as before. It is, yeah, it is definitely getting up there in the temperature. I can't really put the AIO to 100 in Windows. I could, but there's no. This should do, at this voltage, it should do 5.4. It should. Like, there's no way that it doesn't. It actually doesn't. No way. Yeah, so that's what I mean, that it's not the best CPU ever. It can't even do that. Wow. In terms of cores, IMC is really good, but cores, not that hot. Cores are not that hot. I think that's about it. Without more CBS settings, we are basically like stuck. We're completely stuck. Which is unfortunate. need to delete this thing, dude. Need to get that shield off of it, basically. Yeah. So, I think that basically concludes the thing. It literally concludes the thing. I'm gonna give it like a longer VRM test while we conclude the thing. So initial impressions, definitely not quite as good as the Z890 for the Intel Ultra platform in terms of the I/O expandability. M.2 slots, for example, this has 3, the other one has 4. Other than that, very similar to it in terms of proportions and everything, the way that everything is mounted to the board and everything. The BIOS is almost exactly the same as the Z890, same theme, same behavior, nothing changed really. In terms of usability, however, realistically, the plus side of it, I can see it being the core switching. So you can disable the CCD while the BIOS is fully set up and everything. It will not bug out or anything like that. And the profile also saves the way that you saved the core configuration. So let's say extra D only enabled. Everything else, however, is a bit of a negative and sometimes a pretty bad negative. Starting with the features, no eCLK, which is a massive shame on this board. Like this would shine with eCLK a lot, especially with the 9800 extra D. I will do a speed test right here. Actually, no. What is the sustained load? I guess I could do VT3 and we're going to see the VT3 score as well. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. That might actually be CO. The obvious next bad thing is the CMOS behavior. So the CMOS button is sticking out and it's easily, like accidentally pressed when you're like trying to plug in the USBs or whatever, or potentially when you're carrying the PC around, you can easily press the CMOS buttons, resetting your settings. And the CMOS also completely resets the system even when it's on. So that's another big, massive, in my opinion, the biggest complaint about this board. Then you have the limited CBS settings, right? There's no real advanced settings here. Like realistic, I would want CBS settings here completely unlocked the way that AMD ships it. Apparently there's also a bug where, actually no, it's not a bug. There's another thing. I would actually like this to be on auto, on full default settings. It's not, right? Full default settings, it's not. And then everything else just basically stems out of the missing settings and the behavior of the board, right? All the other cons, basically. Which is a shame. Also, another con is memory triad. It could be better. High efficiency mode, it is old. The settings are old. It's not suitable for these days anymore. It should be changed, or at least you should have some form of, you know, like a way to actually understand what every single thing does here. So like, let's say you would have it for Samsung memory, Hynix memory, Micron memory, stuff like that, you know? Instead, you just have relax, balance, tighter, tightest, which you don't even know what the hell it does unless you actually F10 and see the settings that changed. Then you see what it changes, but if you don't understand what it changes, then it doesn't matter. So that, in my opinion, honestly, you can just remove this. It's kind of useless at this point. Latency killer, it should allow you to actually select what kind of core preset you want to use, legacy or level 2, level 1, whatever, right? Not just latency killer, just enabled, disabled. Makes no sense. Obviously, then there's the VDD option that should not sync manual settings if you have them set for VDDQ and VDDIO. That should not be set. When you're running Gear 2, your SoC should not go to 1.3 volts. That's also another thing. Like, there's just a negative upon negative for every single thing. And it's so sad. Because it should be able to do more, man. Like, this should be able to do more. It's just held back by the BIOS. $12 layers for what? Yes. Oh no. What? No, 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 no way. No way. Wait. Did I just find another con? The advanced settings not saving in the profile? No way. No way. If that's a thing, no way. Come on, MSI board. Come on. Anytime now. Also, this menu after CMOSing and entering BIOS. I know for a fact that I applied the settings in the AMD overclocking menu, and I need to see if they set potentially, because I'm not sure if they enable and everything when you load the profile. They might not. So I need to go back into BIOS and see if they load. Much different. Exactly. Exactly. That's why you get kind of like a board that is more daily suitable than their kind of like XOC experimental board that gets all of the features first, you know? And then you see like a daily board which is missing all of them, right? It's missing everything. So you get the special privilege to tweak stuff on the M power because it's meant to be able to do it, and then you try to do a daily board and everything's missing. Now that's also assumption, by the way. There's no way that what? Did I not save PBO? Is it possible that I didn't set PBO? There's didn't I? Didn't I save PBO? I need to go in Windows and see if anything changed. I feel like it's 0 basically. MSI, there's a bug, man. Guys, what? Okay, so there's another con. Apparently, when you save a profile that has the PBO settings set in the advanced menu, it saves the settings. But when you go back into BIOS and you go to the PBO menu, it's on auto. I swear to God, I will go back to the menu, set it to manual, and all of the settings will appear. So there's a bug, literal bug in the freaking BIOS. Now, it's a minor bug. It's a kind of like a visual bug. But still, like that is ridiculous. So my mistake for not using the AMD main menu, right? The main overclocking menu. Because that might fix this. I didn't check. We could check. I didn't. So here, right? This might fix the issue, right? The visual bug. But realistically, if I set the settings here, they don't even appear. Only the CO appears. Actually, no, never mind. Never mind. My bad. They actually appear. I don't think I set the thermal limit. But I feel like I did. I feel like I did set the thermal limit to 95. If I'm not mistaken. But I might also be mistaken on that. Because usually I expect the platform thermal limit to be like 95 by default. Anyway, so... No, I think I actually did not set the manual thermal limit. Later on. You did? No, I don't think I did. I did it later on when I was trying to like make the CPU boost into like 270 watts. I'm coming back later. Need to put my new CPU change. Okay, good luck. Good luck. But that's ridiculous. So we have another bug. Oh my god, I need to list these bugs down, dude. Like not the bugs, but also the like the experience of it. Oh my god, I wish they watched the whole thing, by the way. I wish they watched the whole thing. How do I make the CPU boost higher? I want the VRM test without setting a manual core clock and voltage. Apparently that's the only way. There's no way, man. These don't do anything, by the way. I mean, I already did them and they did nothing, basically. No. That's another bug. When you set the settings in the overclocking menu, it doesn't really show. It doesn't show the settings that were changed. It won't boost higher. This board, man. Don't get me started, man. You have a limit of 200 megahertz on it. That's actually crazy. I can't. Honestly, I'm not sure if this experience is worse or better than the OCF. I feel like the OCF is definitely more, how would you call it, engaging, where this just does not let you to do things, and then the OCF, albeit with the XOC BIOS, is more engaging. Minus, exactly. Like that would be the go-to for undervolting the CPU and easy overclock as in all core clock, right? But it's not just that, right? It's not just the eCLK. It's just CBS settings, man. Is more fun. Yeah, exactly. OCF is just more engaging, more fun. There's way more you can do with it. Also, why does this is ridiculous. I think this is not even boosting anymore, by the way. I feel like this is stuck at a frequency, a specific frequency. Of course it is, dude. It feels like it's 1 FPS, bro. This is complete garbage, man. Now that is garbage, by the way. What? I can't even properly do the VRM test because it's not even like powering up the CPU. I guess I'm just gonna do PBO without CO and use like 230 to 240 watts. What the hell, man? But this is just how MSI has been, man. This is how MSI has been since 13th gen, by the way. When 13th gen came out for Z690, MSI fell off a cliff, and apparently they haven't recovered. Even AM4, by the way, that was an Intel platform, but AM4, which is an AMD platform, even on the UniFi X, they limited the CBS options, and like you were just stuck. They had a stranglehold on you. Like, guys, just unleash the settings. What are you doing? Oh, that's ridiculous, man. The new BIOS is complete garbage. Unbelievable, man. I just can't believe it. Wait, Mickey, you have an X570S UniFi X? I kind of want that board. I kind of want it because of the BCLK. B550 UniFi X doesn't have BCLK. Or at least I should say eCLK, right? So I kind of want the 570S UniFi X. It's really nice. Yeah, I can imagine. I saw some stuff about it. It's pretty good, yeah. Mm-hmm. This should be the max power for the CPU. So, well, let's find out. There's no way. There's absolutely no way. There's no way that Limpack is using 200 watts with a freaking PBO profile. Are you serious? Are you guys for real? Huh? Don't tell. Oh my god. Is this motherboard limits, by the way? This is pathetic. This is pathetic. This is pathetic. There's no way, man. On X series, on X3D. Because I have a 5800 X3D and I want to use BCLK on it. I have not used BCLK on it because I haven't tested it in an X570 with an eCLK, or I should say clock gen. That's why. But this is pathetic. What? This is Limpack, bro. Like, Limpack, this should be like 270 watts, by the way. The test is too short, though. So I'm gonna use 7. I'm just gonna blast it. Let's see, VRM. VRM results. I should really have maximum open, though. So that's basically it. I'm not sure if you need to see the effective frequency. Realistically, I don't. Please don't tell me. Oh my god, I might max out the memory. I should have done. Oh. Yeah, I should have done the 24 gig. Yeah, I should have done the 24 gig. So, oh, actually, no, it's not 24, it's 14. Okay, that's gonna work. I don't think you need to see the effective. I guess I could reset it like this, and then I can just show you this. Oh man. So the thing that we're looking at is VRM temps, which is this, and this MOS temp, and then potentially the I don't this which one is VRM fan? This one is VRM fan, I believe. Yes, it should be this. So pump sys 2 is the VRM fan. Well, the VRM is definitely not having a fun time. I can tell you that. So maybe that's why they limit it? It's definitely hot, I can tell you that. Even the backplate of the CPU is... it's hot. Oh yeah. So that's 12 layers for you, I guess. But they have done high power ITX boards in the past. They have done high power ITX boards in the past, like the Z590i or even like the Z490i UNIFI. That's one of them, for example. That's high power. And it handled the CPU fairly well. They also did the Z790i Edge, right? Great board. They've done the ITX Z890i, which also controls the CPU very well, well above 240 watts. Apparently they haven't figured out the AM5 yet. Flickering? Wait. Latest drivers should fix that, but try... is it Gen 5? If the GPU is PCI Express Gen 5, switch to Gen 4 and your monitor might stop flickering. Dude, Mickey, out of context, that thing that you just said... yikes. It's a Gen 4 GPU. Never mind then. Then return it. Return it. Also, there you go. Oh! No, I don't show you everything. There we go. VRM test, everybody. Take a screenshot. It's so unfortunate, bro. It's so unfortunate, bro. Yeah, but I think it fails because of the CO. Oh. because it was done on a different board. However, if it fails again right now, then we have a... Wow. Never mind. Never mind. Oh my god, I just remembered. The CBS settings has stream stars. Dude, guys, MSI, please, please just put the CBS menu in, man. Stream stars, SMEE. You have the LUL if you want. Like, just put it in, man. Oh, that pisses me off, man. Like, I just realized it has stream stars. That's ridiculous. Unreal, man. Let me see if that potentially fixes VT3. If anything, it could have a completely different CO profile though. That's on me, because I think this is crashing because of the CO profile, not because of the memory. The memory should be fine. But yeah, that's basically the conclusion. There's basically one thing positive about this board in terms of the actual usability and everything, which is the core switching in the BIOS, and then everything else is just either lacking, missing, not working. I'll try to work out something with MSI. I'll try to reach their contacts to actually get the CBS option here. And then we have everything is fixed, by the way. Literally, CBS there, everything is fixed. Also, we could fix the CMOS button, right? The CMOS. If the system is on, CMOS should be disabled. It should not be active. Especially, like, it's right next to the USB slot, by the way. So, no, it should be completely disabled. So we're going to load default. We're going to load this. And I think that's basically it. Like, realistically, yes, I could do Patriot on it and see if it syncs or anything like that. But the real thing that we were trying to like see with this board was actually Gear 2, right? 8000, 82, 84. The problem is it just does not work because we need groups if we want that to work. Group B especially, right? We want group B. But as you can see, right? So like the CMOS button, right? You can see the CMOS button is right here. Let's say you're trying to like plug in the USB. You can easily click the CMOS button right here and reset the system fully, right? This board has potential. It's just limited by the firmware and the BIOS. Realistically, if it was me and trying to get the best possible BIOS for this board, it would be BIOS AGESA 1203A and with CBS options enabled. Like literally just the original AMD CBS menu right there so I can configure it. And that would make this board a completely different beast. Like we would be talking probably 8400 stable. We would be talking probably 8600 approaching for benchmarks and so on. Instead, we have an 8400 completely unstable and not able to do anything with it, basically. But yeah, that's about it. That's about it for this one. 6 hours actually, 6 hours. All good. We tested a bunch. We didn't really test 3D, sadly, because we got caught up with the BIOS flash and everything and trying to actually max out everything. And then the CPU is just not maxing. But I can understand that, I guess. The VRM is not really coping with it. It's getting really hot. I would also, like... I don't know the switching frequency of the VRM, and it's not an easy thing to measure. I would have to completely remove the back I/O and the heatsink to actually be able to access the power stages, and then I would be actually able to measure the switching frequency. Maybe the switching frequency is pretty high on this one. Let me see if... I'm not sure if that power stage is actually CPU VRM, but there is an exposed power stage. So we can try the switching frequency thing. So the ground is right here. The ground is right there, and let's put the probe on this. Aha, okay, so this is output, sadly. Oh no, actually that's input filtering, never mind. That's input filtering, that's not core VRM. That's just input choke. Man, I wish I had access to the freaking chokes. I can't, there's basically nothing. I can't access them, even on the backside. Unless I probe the controller, but I'm not probing the controller, there's no way. Yeah, I am not probing the controller. No way. Can I shut you off? I'm shutting you off. Sadly, yeah, I would have to completely remove this heatsink to get access. If the switching frequency is high, that would be the cause of the high temperatures of the VRM. But I would actually assume that these guys are actually doing 500 kilohertz and not higher. I would be shocked if they do higher, because that would be a dumb decision, to be honest. But yeah, the VRM is not really coping with the... Even 220 watts, by the way, 220 watts, it was getting hot very quickly. So sadly, we can't really do that. I can't even imagine how the VRMs would respond with the delidded CPU, for example, because that would push even more watts. But yeah. Again, sadly we couldn't do any kind of like proper 3D testing on this. But realistically, it's just limited. It's just limited by no eCLK. The memory settings, obviously, there's no CBS options for stream source control, SMAA, taps, for example, SMU options, right, with taps and everything. It's just missing so much that it just doesn't make any sense to actually test it. While every other board, by the way, all of the other boards have all of the like stock AMD settings already in. The Tachyon, for example, right here. The Tachyon, right here, even with the CPU in it already, right? This thing has all of the advanced settings, obviously. We have the Apex, we have the OCF. OCF right here. The OCF, right? All of these have all of the settings. I don't know why this can't have all of the settings as well. It makes no sense, guys. So, a bit disappointing, to be honest. I was hoping that MSI actually got their stuff together, because I knew that the CBS settings were, or at least the advanced settings were modified a little bit, because they were modified on AM4 already. And then I was hoping like maybe MSI actually thought about it and unlocked it a little bit. And that's really the only way to find out, is to actually get a board and test it. And sadly, they still haven't done it. It's still all completely locked. I'm not even sure if it's possible to unlock it manually. I'm gonna have to contact a bunch of people to actually be able to find out. But yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame. But for now, that's it for me. Okay? I'll be doing some more offline testing with this, and especially like some consulting with people that might be able to actually unlock the potential, the true potential of this. And then I might potentially be back. But until then, if there's no move forward or anything done on that side, I'm probably not coming back with this board, sadly. But yeah, that's it for me. Hope you enjoyed it. 6-hour stream, perfect. I'll see you guys next time. Ciao, ciao.